Hey guys, tonight we drift into Hungary's countryside, where one vineyard shed holds more shadows than wood. You feel the sun slide behind the Carpathian mountains, those old bones dividing Europe's east and west. Heat bleeds from the stones beneath you, the kind of warmth you can't cling to. Twilight's the thief here, stealing color from the hills, until everything's the same bruised purple. 300 years ago, Ottoman traders stacked grapes where your feet now rest. True story, their wine taxes built half the mosques in Budapest. But tonight, this shed belongs to sparrows and dust, and whatever else breathes when you don't. Shadows stretch across warped floorboards, liquid and slow as spilled ink. They curl around a rusted scythe, its blade toothless from slicing too many summers. You spot glass jars huddled on a shelf, their murky bellies full of pickled things. One holds what looks like a pear, but might be a shrunken human hand. Local legend claims Countess Bathory stored punishment trophies here, though historians still argue whether she ever owned land this far south. A breeze nudges open the door, just enough to make you jump. The hinges whine like a stepped-on cat. Outside, the first stars prick through violet skies, weak as pushpin holes in construction paper. You half expect clouds to bleed amber forever. But night wins every fight eventually. Leaning against the wall feels risky, like testing old ice over a river. These planks remember the weight of drunk harvesters, their songs about girls with onion braids. The one quirky thing nobody tells you, Hungarian field hands used to line their boots with mashed turnips. Said it cured swamp foot, or maybe just masked the stench. Your eyes adjust, sharpening the shapes around you. Cobwebs drape the rafters, gray hammocks for indifferent spiders. A rake slumps in the corner, missing enough teeth to seem grandfatherly. Knots in the wood grain twist like screaming faces until you blink. Then they're just knots again. Cool air snakes up your sleeves, the kind that ignores fabric. You shuffle toward the window, each floorboard groaning like a stepped-on frog. Hungary's night smells different earth and sour cherries, and something you can't name, something olden buried waiting. 3 empty barrels guard the back wall, their iron bands flaking into orange dust. Lean close, and you'll catch whispers of last century's fermenting fruit. Some swear Magyar wine tastes richer when ghosts stomp the grapes, not that you'd admit believing it. An owl hoots twice, a sound like velvet-covered hammers. The vineyard answers with leaf rustles, 1,000 tiny hands applauding nothing. You count your breaths, 12, just to prove you still can. That peeling green bench by the door. Farmers napped there during the '56 uprising, machine gun fire echoing from Budapest streets. Now its legs sink into soil soft as cake flour, nature hungry for human things. Darkness thickens, pouring under the door, pooling around your ankles. Your phone's a useless brick, here no bars, no screeching notifications, just the shed's dry cough, the tick-tick of cooling stones, your own pulse drumming in your ears. A moth flutters against the grimy window, wings pale as communion wafers. It seeks the moon's fake promise, bumping glass like a brainless pilgrim. You almost pity it, till you remember we're all bumping against something. Hungary's winters killed more vines than phylloxera, they say, but summers cooked the sickness out. Or maybe peasants just prayed harder here, kneeling in dew-soaked fields at dawn. Historians still debate whether faith or fermented fruit kept villages alive. You trace a crack in the wall, a lightning bolt frozen mid-strike. Your finger comes back gray, the dust of splintered dreams and termite shit. Romantic rite. That amber light bleeding through the roof gaps. It's gone now, swallowed by a sky blacker than priest socks. Only the shed's clock ticks louder, face blank as a flipped coin. Windows rattle, the glass rattling brittle laughter. Winds getting bold, fingering your collar, sniffing for weakness. You zip your jacket slow, like challenging it to a duel. One jar glints faintly, probably just stray starlight or mold having a luminous moment. But what if it's Saint Elizabeth's miracle honey? The Vatican denies she ever brewed it, but peasants swore it glowed in dark cellars. Your eyelids droop, the good kind of heavy, like someone's stacking pebbles on them one by one by one. Shadows murr, now no edges left to cut you. Footsteps crunch gravel outside, then pause, probably just a deer or the neighbor's arthritic hound. Unless it's the night gardener trading silence for solitude. His boots wait by your elbow, cracked leather grinning with secrets. You breathe deeper, air tasting of hay and loneliness. The shed sighs back, content to share its bones a while longer. Tomorrow, the sun will wrestle these hills again, but tonight belongs to velvet and rust. You feel the sun's last warmth bleed from the planks beneath your boots, the air, now thick with cooling earth. A shiver creeps up your spine, not quite cold, just night stretching its limbs after a day folded tight in the cellar. That wind starts low, snuffling through the vineyard rows, like some invisible hound hunting fallen grapes. It brings tomboy adolescence, scents of adolescent fruit, still hard and tart under the moon's milky gaze. Historians note Hungarian vines, one Louis XIV's favor, though that royal nose never caught this humble shed's green perfume. Rumor whispers local vintners once talked to their vines at midnight, sweet-talking sweetness into the grapes. Laugh if you like. You still wonder why that seventh row makes your teeth buzz like cheap champagne. Dry leaves skitter like playing cards tossed by a bored giant. Wooden walls catching their raspy lies. Each tick against the timber channels flamenco if flamenco were played with cricket legs and cigarette ash. Tap tap scritch scratch nature's ASMR mic testing levels, while shadows waltz lazy circles near the barley sacks. You count 16 beats before your eyelids sway, then hiccup a wet giggle when you catch yourself tallying leaf scrapes like a mad accountant. None of your city coats ever smelt like this wind, like rain that hasn't fallen and beetle wings dreaming of flight. That That's the secret of Hungarian soil. It breathes paprika, even when you plant peonies. Tonight's breeze wears extra spice, something older like crushed Roman coins, or the blisters of serfs who fermented freedom into wine barrels. Press your palm flat to the wall. Feel the wood inhale all those stolen centuries. Critics still debate whether medieval vintners pruned by moon phases or just got lucky when the stars hiccuped. Modern textbooks sneer, but your gut knows truth wobbles crooked between facts, like drunk bees between black elderflowers. Those bees aren't here tonight, though, just their drowsy ghost cousins humming in your earlobes. Should you check behind the shears? Nah, Instagramming paranormal pollinators feels like tempting fate to delete your account. Unripe grapes exhale promise, thick as church incense, sharp and greener than jealousy. Nobody warns you how much vineyard air tastes like hope pickled in vinegar. Sweet, but not kind. Kindness rarely survives September here. This shed was built before Habsburgs nibbled their last strudel. One forgotten ale holds splinters from Franz Joseph's hunting blind. They say his rifle still leans in the corner on particularly foggy mornings, but you're smart enough to pretend not to see it. The leaves rasp softer now, almost apologetic, as if realizing they've stolen this lullaby from older winds and older walls. You catch the rhythm without trying, left toe tap, right thumb twitch, a dance so subtle your bones barely notice. Through the South Gap, 80 sleepless miles blink, Budapest's dreamless yellow eyes. They're arguing with the storm clouds again, city lights hissing like ill-tempered cats. Your lungs swell with nighttime, holding it hostage for 3 heartbeats before releasing what doesn't belong to you. That wind curls around your ankles, half housecat begging cream, half shadow tugging toward the ravine. Nobody mentioned how Hungarian dark hums between G and F sharp, an opera composed by deaf wolves. You finally exhale the caffeine still gumming up your since 3 p.m. veins, letting twilight's ghost scuttle behind your molars. Vintage aphorisms float up, Granddad's voice frayed as his overalls. Grapes don't gossip, they just squish underfoot. Yours might tonight, but the vines keep their sugary secrets tight under chalice-shaped leaves. The wind swings back, bringing cellar-deep memories of apples that rolled away in 1989, never recovered, never mourned. Their ghosts bob and mason jars you won't uncap. Not yet. Maybe after counting 17 more breaths. Cicadas choke on their own applause somewhere beyond the shed, mid-performance crisis. You smile, knowing that particular buzz means August is punching its time card. One more shift till autumn's overtime. The moon wobbles, unconcerned, dripping silver onto rows of grapes too young for their own tragedy. No one's told them about October yet. Let them dream of becoming champagne while they still cling to the vine. That lazy scraping lullaby hooks your hips now, rocking you gentler than any cradle. Dry leaf confetti spirals past your left ear, probably aiming for your hair because nature adores ruining your conditioner. You let it, half tempted to join their rooftop conga line, half drowsy, with air thick as honey left by some diabetic bear. Good luck explaining that metaphor in daylight. Tonight it tastes truer than any wine list. Sommeliers smirk. Breezes babysit the vineyard now, shushing grapes, still whispering grape gossip. Historians still argue whether ancient vintners toasted with ox horns or just chugged from the goat skin like proper heathens. You prefer picturing horn cups, less chance of bourbon dribbling lace collars. The shreds of day collapse into your souls, heavy as tractor bolts, dropping you deeper into the shed's mossy embrace. Walls creak approval. Old timber always recognizes good leaners. Lean good. 3 spider threads snap somewhere above, their silver alarms muffled by grape-scented inertia. That wind's gone street busker, now harmonica prison break, filtered through 23 fence slats. You hum along, half a note flat, still better than some bands charging $50 a ticket. When the breeze fumbles a high note, you cover for it. Etiquette demands solidarity with amateur musicians, especially those made of ghosts and owl breath. Night's sugar settles between your teeth, gritty possibility dissolving slow under your tongue. Sandman's apprentice dumped extra sack dust overhead. It falls lazy as gypsy wedding confetti. Soon, the leaf scrape turns violin, strings tightened with Duno one will admit is falling. Lids droop, weighted with tomorrow's unfinished thoughts, all pleated between this breath and the next. You inhale green hope, exhale copper pennies, trading daylight's currency for night's softer coin. The shed's heartbeat thrums in the rotted floorboard gaps, ticking off seconds until curfew lifts. Dry rasping keeps time, cricket conductor, waving broken wings, 1,000-voice choir, reduced to a drunk cricket's quartet. Never mind, sleep only cares if the sound pillows your skull, not if it's pitch perfect. Lean into the wall's wobble. It hasn't dropped a guest, yet probably. Goosebumps prickle your forearms. Air's cooled enough for the vines to blush. They'll deny it, blaming fireflies. But you caught their leafy tremor. That wind rolls through for one last encore, dragging its velvet hem over your cheek before vanishing north towards Slovakia. Something sighs, could be rafters, could be your neck finally surrendering to gravity's humble suggestion. Words blur behind your teeth, all consonants softening to grape jelly and moth wings. Your heels sink into floor grooves worn by keepers who measured dusk this same way, palms open, lungs full of what toll the earth charges for borrowing its silence. The rasping lullaby stutters, a dying record skipping over mildew-slick tracks, then finds its rhythm again. You count the pause between gusts, long enough to let the shed hum its oldest truth between your ribs. Lean closer. The lesson sticks better when whispered through splintered wood. You don't know when your eyes shut, only that the dark feels smoother now, buffered by 49 generations of vineyard breath, bottled in this rickety wooden lung. Those dried herbs overhead sneeze pollen. Or maybe it's just residue of prayers muttered over fermentation vats between wars. No matter, either way your shoulders slump like tired angels, the night keeping watch, so you needn't bother. Tomorrow's ambitions, let them marinate in the cellar with cobwebs and wedding ring secrets. Crickets modernize their playlist, post-punk thrums spliced with gravel road reverb. Modernity, even out here nature's faint eye roll at your retro fascinations with vinyl and Victorian novels. Still, you can't shake how even the silence between leaf scrapes smells purple, as if the grapes distilled night itself into something drinkable. The Black Sea once poured through these hills. Did you know? Saltwater ghosts still blush when moonrise reminds them of their nudist past. That wind sweeps up their embarrassed whispers, tucks them under your mental doormat for sweaty midnight unraveling. Never trust a vineyard breeze with genealogy. It lies sweeter than lace-gloved grannies hiding schnapps recipes. Somewhere, a branch fractures, reporting like antique pistol, fire through the gaps of NATO-approved sleepiness. Your pulse shoves through cotton wool, 2 quick thumps, then slackens at the all-clear. Even night needs jazz hands this interruption brought by my understudy players, overcompensating in the audition phase. Flop back, blame the rodent dramaturges. They're unionized now. Your jaw unlocks, not a yawn escaping, more like an exhale, surrendering parking tickets and unanswered texts to the cockroach architect king under the floorboards. Let him deal with it. His subjects have thrice your organizational skills and better dental hygiene. The lullaby simplifies, stripped to one-note leaf groan against resin sticky, wood nothing left to misinterpret. That wind never packed its bags properly, always leaving bits of pollen and spider vows in your sleeves, counting on you to carry them somewhere worthwhile. Remember, Dawn's probably scowling over a spreadsheet right now, calculating equity against farmer curses. Let that finance nerd panic. These floorboards have absorbed worse than stale moonlight, and your threadbare attention span. Breath tangles with shadows, too lazy to distinguish owner or borrower. Night custodian, rubber stamping your temporary loan of air. Through half-open lashes, the lantern seems to shimmy, though you learned long ago not to mention its antics. Scholars argue whether Hungary's first vines climbed north from Crete or hitched rides on Frankish chariots. Tonight, they're just quiet neighbors growing booze behind God's neglected toolshed, filing no permits, paying no rent. A last grape-scented sigh leaks through the cracks, pledging allegiance to whichever dream kingdom claims you first. The rasping lullaby dips into nonsense verses, finally tired of its own acoustics, while the shed's foundation groans itself into deeper slumber. You feel, rather than hear the next gust coming, cotton-filled bassoon through a rusted pipe, its rhythm sinking with eyelash tremors. Fine then, let the breeze take first watch. Borrowed eyelids never fit right anyway. Might as well let the vineyard's breath tailor them shut. The wind's absence leaves room for deeper sounds, the kind that press velvet against your eardrums without asking permission. 3 hoots puncture the dark from the eastern tree line low and fat as overripe plums. Your neck prickles, not from fear, but the velvet texture of that call. Some primal filing cabinet in your brain slaps, an owl label on it, though city versions sound like squeaky hinges, not this liquor-smooth baritone. Historians mention Ottoman scouts using owl calls to coordinate night raids, though this one's probably just gossiping about your shoddy tree-climbing skills. No, wait. The 3rd hoot drags longer, a purr stolen from monks chanting in Moldavian crypts. You count the pauses between calls. 1 Mississippi. 3. 8 long enough for 7 thoughts to sink like pebbles in dark water. Folk tales claim Hungarians once believed owls guarded silver mines, their hoots echoing off vein walls to confuse greedy diggers. This one's likely watching mice, but imagination prefers winged bankers counting lunar coin. Your thumb taps against the shed wall, mimicking the rhythm. Hoot, pause, hoot, pause, hoot. Extra pause for dramatic effect. Trees creak like arthritic knees, branches swaying without wind's permission. Stillness pools between the hoots, thick enough to float your half-formed doubts about tomorrow's itinerary. Scholars still debate whether Habsburg nobles trained owls to carry hunting horns, or just blamed birds for drunken midnight tooting. Either way, your pulse slows, persuaded by the feather-soft certainty of nocturne in owl major. Eastward, a shadow detaches from darker shadows, wings wider than your sense of personal space. It glides over grape rows, drafting thermals smelling of overripe earth and indecision. You glimpse yellow eyes, not glowing, just absorbing stray photons like tiny disappointed suns. Blink, it dissolves into the tree line, leaving only the aftershock of its call simmering in your jaw hinges. Silence swells now, a held breath stretched until the world feels fake. You realize you've stopped breathing too, lungs frozen mid-sip, like teenagers caught sampling dad's palinka. 12 seconds pass, or 40 time turns rubbery when owls conduct the orchestra. Somewhere, a leaf surrenders to gravity, its crash muffled by moss, and your earwax deciding to act heroic. Crickets hold their wings, respecting the headliner, nature's green room rules. No one upstages the velvet aria. Your left knee pops, betraying your mammal heritage, with all the subtlety of a whoopee cushion at a funeral. The owl hoots once more, a condescending grace note, before dismissing you from its syllabus. You count the new pause, 20 Mississippis this time, or maybe 20. I should have peed earlier's S. Dawn feels like a rumor scribbled on damp tissue paper when the owl's silence digs this deep. Even your tinnitus taps out, retreating to whatever brain cul-de-sac stores forgotten jingles, and your third-grade teacher's perfume. Something rustles near the well, probably a hedgehog, rehearsing its existential crisis. Funny how night sharpens mundane sounds into Edgar Allan Poe rough drafts. Your phone's in your pocket, dead, as Franz Joseph's sense of humor. Yet its phantom weight still nudges your thigh with digital guilt. Let Twitter burn. The owls won't tweet back. That hoot replays behind your sternum, lower now, frayed at the edges. Second owl. Echo. Auditory hallucination triggered by fermented grape fumes. Doesn't matter. Truth tonight wears talons and prefers its facts stuffed with mouse bones. A branch snaps, your shoulders tense, then relax when the sound rolls downhill like God's accidental marble. The shed approves of owl hours, its beams relaxing into older grooves cut before electric light bullet the stars. Lean your skull against the wall grain, feel 16th century saw teeth chatter through splinters. 3 tiny knocks answer from the rafters, wood beetles correcting your romantic notions about rustic charm. Breath steams now, though summer still clings to the calendar's throat. Cold leaks from somewhere underfoot, rising through boot seams to whisper socks were a good call against your ankles. Odd how fast Hungarian dark switches from velvet backdrop to carnivore exhibit. Not fear, just awareness clicking on like those motion sensor lights nobody asked for. Moonlight finger paints owl shapes on the barley sacks, beaks tilted skeptically toward your life choices. One resembles your algebra teacher, Mrs. Kovacs, would have appreciated avian discipline, silencing chatty students. The next gust smells of owl feathers and distant motorways, diesel and rodent hours swirled together. Your watch ticks, obnoxiously analog, in this timeless pocket. Its sound suddenly louder than any hoot. 14 ticks pass before the next call comes. A 4th bonus hoot no one requested. This one lands softer, polite afterthought, or passive-aggressive mic drop. Debate it with the woodless later your eyelids already drafting surrender papers. Between hoots, you cram whole parliaments of thought, tax reforms for dream logic, trade deals with Sandman mercenaries. Air tastes thinner now, as if the owl siphoned excess oxygen to fuel its next aria. Tongue sticks to palate, stale biscuit, adhesive failing its sole purpose. Should have pocketed that corner store strudel. Regret arrives faster than dawn here. Tree frogs commence, backup vocals, 6 hesitant croaks that sputter like puttering citrons. The owl allows it, benign dictator granting peasant musicians 1 verse. Your thumbnail finds a groove in the bench, carving nothing important. Just proof your hands still obey sleep-slowed synapses. 3 hoots is traditional, 4 is greedy, like taking seconds at a wake before the body cools. This owl flouts etiquette, a rebel with talon polish and 0 Instagram followers. 5th hoot hangs suspended, part question, part ultimatum. You stop counting, numbers buckle under featherweight authority. Historians still argue whether Prince Eugene of Savoy kept trained owls as messengers during the siege of Belgrade. Tonight's contender clearly skipped obedience school, its coda now dissolving into the creek's gossip. That black water copies the sound, slurping hoots like spaghetti. until only night's blank score remains. Moths flutter near the lantern, suddenly brave in the owl's absence. Their wings pan for light in soot-stained air, mining nothing but your dwindling attention span. One kamikaze dives at your collar, mistaking sweat salt for mineral deposits worth dying over. Distant buta lights mimic the hoot rhythm. Now 3 flickers, pause, 3 more. Coincidence? Or light pollution's lazy plagiarism? Cities probably stealing cricket beats to metronomic thievery to jazz up boring council meetings. Your pinky toe tingles, pins and needles conspiring with owl magic to suggest immobility. Silence thickens to quicksand, each thought sinking slower, dreams circling like shy koi. That 5th hunter's moon this year, said the vineyard keeper's almanac. You never asked why Hungarians track lunar hunts when rabbits outsmart everyone by late August. Fingers uncurl, palm upturned like some amateur saint hoping to catch leftover hoots. Only dew forms, cool beads mapping lifelines you stopped believing in after 30. The owl's critique hangs unspoken. Your posture sucks for nocturnal revelations. Branches shuffle cards again, one last riffle before dawn's croupier takes over. Your spine remembers pillow, your hips recall mattress, both traitors negotiating separate pieces. The shed loans resolve, its warped planks hugging your shoulder blades like a carpenter's last solid handshake. No more hoots come, just their silhouettes stamped on the drum of your ear. Professional silence, now, the kind pressed between encyclopedia pages about extinct things. Even the creek mutes itself, holding back punchlines until you're too sleepy to groan. Owl less dark feels suddenly cheap, discount bin emptiness with loose threads. That's night's oldest trick, giving then taking just enough to leave you hungry for shadows. 3 phantom hoots echo in your molars, playing tag with a tongue too tired to chase them. Wind re-enters stage left, sniffing for ovations it missed. Finds only your limp hand dangling universal sign, for the artist has left the vineyard. Curtains close on mouse soliloquies and root whispers. You fade, a clumsy watercolor of exhaustion, while the owl files its performance report with unseen superiors. Breath sinks with treetops now, jittery inhalations smoothing into tides. The owl owns the pause between them, that velvet pocket where your thoughts finally stop wearing shoes. Into this hollow steps nothing but acceptance of night's terms of grape vows, of mice inheriting whatever you leave unresisted. Stars swivel overhead, unimpressed by owl dramaturgy. They've heard better from comet howlers back when mammoths needed lullabies. Still, you file the memory like a love note in a borrowed library book, deliberately misplaced for strangers to discover mid-yawn. Your last conscious thought arrives gift-wrapped in owl thrum. If silence had a flavor, it would taste like stolen church bells smuggled over borders in sacks of midnight. Even as dreams drag you under, that truth lingers, thick as velvet, patient as talons around prey. The owl's last echo dissolves, leaving a vacancy, soon filled by older sounds. Stone grinds against stone below your boots, a deep muscular complaint from the shed skeleton. Your soles feel the tremor first, memorizing frequencies older than your great-grandmother's wedding china. It's the foundation sighing, or maybe the hill itself squirming under centuries of grapevine's insistent roots. Between groans, you hear the scritch-scratch brigade. Mice, dozen-eighths notes pattering beneath floorboards warped by time's humidity. They're busy, though with what exactly your mind supplies visions of tiny payroll departments or sock-stealing syndicates. Folk tales claim Hungarian Vineyard mice knit grape tendrils into nest sweaters. But you're not about to lift planks to fact-check. One particularly theatrical groan shudders up your spine, the timbre of ancient oak beams remembering they were once trees. France Joseph's engineers would have condemned this shed. Their empire loved plumb lines and pigeonhole paperwork, but the wood holds, settling into crooked resilience like an old farmer leaning on a fence. Roman concrete crumbled faster, yet this dirt floor relic outlasted Habsburg bureaucrats and their permits. A sharp snap beneath your left heel, followed by muffled rodent outrage. Accidentally stomp someone's lunch break. Historians still argue whether Ottoman sappers dug tunnels under these hills during the Long War, or if the earth simply enjoys inventing voids. Either way, the mice repurpose whatever holes they find, stockpiling barley grains like doomsday pensioners. Dust sifts from ceiling cracks with each new shift, glittering in weak moonlight like fool's gold. The 1848 rebellion rattled these same rafters, wagons loaded with wounded rattling passed at dusk. Now, only mice rewrite history, their tiny claws etching memoirs into the dirt. Stone's complaint deepens, a bass note felt in molars rather than heard. Your knees bend instinctively, bracing for a quake that never comes. 17 seconds pass, long enough to wonder if architecture can sulk, before the silence resumes with choir boy innocence, more scratching now, frantic like claws grading an invisible exam. Maybe they're debating philosophy, nihilism versus cheese hoarding as life's ultimate purpose. Your flashlight's dead, but imagination constructs whole mouse civilizations down there, complete with tiny protests about your boot-induced seismic activity. Another groan, this one ends with a wet pop pipes protesting somewhere. No pipes here, just the well outside whispering, encourage murder to the stones. Archaeologists found 13th century wine stains under Pajania castle floors. Yet somehow this shed's spilled 89 vintage still perfumes the air when foundations shift. Something skitters directly below your toes, close enough to imagine whiskers brushing boot leather. 10 heartbeats pass before the scratching resumes. Now, with vexed intensity, apologies won't mend interspecies trespass, so you lift your feet, granting droit de seigneur to whatever mouse duke rules this underworld. Foundation shifts again, 2 inches westward. If the wall cracks, new shadow tells truth. Scholars think Transylvanian masons hid horsehair in mortar for flexibility. Countless equine ghosts still holding these stones in grudging alignment. You press a palm to the floor, feeling vibrations migrate south like disgruntled geese. Mice escalate their scratching, syncopated rhythms, suggesting tiny tap recitals. If you freeze breath, the sounds gain texture, claws on grained teeth, on wood, the squeak of a dispute over thimble-sized territory. Historians catalog kings' wars, but this floorboard conflict feels more immediate, more real. Splinters find your fingertip when you graze a gilt joist. Those once straight beams, now curved like grandmother spines. They sweat resin still, golden teardrops that smell of summers when your grandfather swore attic heat cured gout. New sounds layer over the rodent's industry, something brittle being dragged across dirt. Pebbles, larder inventory, a quirky tidbit resurfaces. 19th century servants whispered about mice sewing stolen buttons into quilts during full moons. Your skepticism wavers as the scraping mimics a needle's backstitch too precisely for comfort. Another foundation groan splits the air, a doorframe screaming in slow motion. Paint flakes snow onto your shoulders, faintly bitter like paprika-dusted parchment. Your phone's corpse weighs nothing, yet you resist digging it up. YouTube won't explain why your bones hum alongside these stones. Mice pause their symphony, sensing fresh vibrations before human ears catch them. 33 seconds of pure silence, the shed holding its breath. Then a rasping drag rolls through the dirt beneath you, too heavy for rodents, too deliberate for settling earth. Cold climbs your ankle, damp and patient, rising from some fissure, kissing the hill's wet core. These stones once cooled butchered hogs in Matthias Corvinus's time. Their sweat still remembers blood. You shuffle sideways, hearing pebbles cascade into unseen hollows like dice tossed by bored goblins. Wood creaks above, no owl this time. The rafters independently protesting gravity's endless lecture. 1800 sunrises baked these beams, contracting and expanding, until they sang independence from squareness. Historians still argue whether medieval builders intentionally warped timbers to confuse evil spirits. If so, the strategy worked. You can't spot a single right angle left. Mice launch a fresh offensive, snouts audibly thudding against undersized obstacles. Their determination almost admirable, if not for the fifth column vibe, undermining your sanctuary's structural integrity. Sigh the universal landlord lament, even unto tiny tenants with tails. When the next foundation moan comes, it drags a full octave lower, a noise felt in your dental fillings. Romanians say old houses chew their own bones on moonless nights. But this is just geology's pension fund, paying out one creak at a time. Electric silence snaps, mice freeze mid-caper, as a final basso groan throttles the air. Not from below, but the walls themselves stone dust, puffing from joints like cigar ashes at a doomed treaty signing. The shed settles content, or resigned. Either way, the performance concludes with draftsman precision. Mice resume their congress, unchastened, scratching up through floor gaps, now dusted with ancient lime. Their nails sound softer, less industrious, tired foot soldiers after a long campaign. Daylight feels like betrayal when scratching rhythms sync with your slowing pulse. Wind whistles through newly opened cracks, playing flute where stone lips part. You catch a phrase, maybe, borrowed from a Cisango folk song about cellars swallowing drunkards whole. Curl your spine against the least splintered wall. The sheds embrace no longer possessive, just weary accommodation between fellow relics. Last of the foundation tremors cookie cutter your silhouette into the dust, a temporary fossil for dawn to erase. Mice write their margins around it, tiny editors correcting humanity's temporary clause in this endless dirt sentence. Moonlight bleeds through the roof's jagged gaps, silver scalpels cutting the shed's darkness into geometric ghosts. Each beam lands crisp as a guillotine, slicing across burlap sacks swollen with barley seed. Their dusty surfaces glow parchment pale, stitched shadows stretching like blackened veins. You trace the lines, counting 12, until the roof hole yawns wider, swallowing the pattern whole. Dust motes swarm in those silver rivers, drunken stars waltzing to a breeze only they feel. 3 spiral downward, kissing your knee, their glitter fading as they abandon light's highway. A sneeze claws up your throat, but dies when you spot the largest moat, a lazy tumbleweed drifting toward the northern wall. It floats with purpose, almost as if late for some appointment in the cobweb colonies. The barley sacks hum under moonlight, their bellies full of next season's hopes. They smell like earth's gossip, peat and starch, and rain-thirsty husks. Press your palm to one, feel the seeds shift inside, 93,000 tiny jaws chewing through dormancy. Hungarians call it arpa, a word that rolls off the tongue like pebbles down a well. King Matthias Corvinus's troops marched on barley bread, its hardtack sustaining them through Ottoman winters. Tonight, those unground grains feel heavier than history, their patience older than empires. One moonbeam sharpens suddenly, solstice bright, igniting motes into firefly sparks. They surge upward, defying dust logic, riding some thermal draft from the cellar's chilled lungs. For 7 seconds, they mimic the Milky Way's sprawl, a cosmos in miniature. Then the angle shifts, murdering the illusion with casual geometry. Your eyes sting, pretending they're still there. Ghost constellations printed on retinas. A sack near the door sags, split at the seam, spilling a lava flow of pearl gray grains. Moonlight pounces on the spill, polishing each seed to liquid mercury. You resist the urge to plunge fingers into that metallic cache, too aware of how barley grains creep under fingernails, stubborn as cemetery dirt. The largest dust mote finally crashes, landing on a rusted scythe hung too low. It dissolves into the blade's teeth, joining iron oxide ancestors. 19th century harvesters swore moonlight honed edges better than whetstones, which explains the nicks in the wood beam above. Someone tested the theory once with drunken enthusiasm. Barley's whisper rustle fills the quiet seeds settling like pensioners shifting in armchairs. Each sigh carries the memory of last July's downpour, the sob of overripe stalks bowing to hail's bullying. Czech ethnologists recorded 62 regional barley songs, all lost now, except for the wind's smudged rendition through cracked slats. Another moonbeam punches through, this one angled steep as a ladder. It climbs the western wall, revealing graffiti carved by bored harvest hands. Laszlo 43, a name now bone meal, plus a crude owl that winks when dust motes flit past its eye socket. Historians still argue whether medieval Hungarians stored seed grain under moonlight for luck, or if that's just barn poetry. The knife work here suggests practical boredom outweighing superstition. 3 motes collide midair, sparking a miniature supernova before scattering. One drifts into your sleeve, itching like phantom ash. Shake your arm, but the sensation lingers, an astronaut's ghost clinging to your elbow's dark side. Cold bleeds through the floorboards, kissing your kneecaps despite August's rain outside. Moon-chilled barley radiates frost that shouldn't exist, raising neck hairs with invisible fingers. You remember the cellar, beneath its stone belly hoarding winter's grudge against all things warm. The shed straddles seasons badly, like a drunkard wearing mismatched socks. A sack ripples seeds, avalanching inward from some unseen disturbance. Mouse. The motion dies fast, leaving a dent shaped like Romania on a pre-war map. Wait, another ripple, this one traveling sack to sack in a conga line of grain. No rodent could muster such seismic ambition. Just the barley settling, probably having internal debates about germination schedules. Moonlight flicks off, cloud-smothered, plunging the seed stacks into cave-black nothingness. Blink-hard retinas, painting afterimages of sack contours like glowing body bags. 7 seconds of inkwell darkness. Then the beams return slightly left of their original strike. The whole shed exhales, grains creaking as they reaccept their silver chains. One beam lands squarely on your boot, its dust parade suddenly spotlighted. Particles spiral clockwise, hypnotic as a tiny tornado auditioning for greatness. Focus too long, and they swell into zeppelins, silver-bellied and pregnant with barometric conspiracy. Blink, and they're just mites again, dancing on gravity's frayed string. The split sacks spill, glints anew, barley seeds mirror polished by lunar persistence. Lean closer, inhaling their alpine musk, and catch your reflection in a dozen convex surfaces. Your face swells bulbous on each grain, a hall of mirrors designed by drunkards. One seed shows only your left eye, pupils swallowing the moon hole, while another warps your mouth into a carnival grimace. A gust Upstairs, whining through the roof hole, like a tea kettle forgotten on coals, it scatters the barley reflections, stirring seeds into nervous chatter. Some roll free, clicking across floorboards like roulette bets, spilled by a fleeing gambler. 3 dive into shadow, never to be counted among tomorrow's sprouting ranks. Moonlight bleaches color to memory, sapping the room's paprika warmth, until only grayscale ghosts remain. Your hands look cadaver-pale veins, hiding under slate-toned skin. Even the rust on the scythe grays into something respectable, vintage, rather than rotting. Your shadow betrays you, stretching long and leering where the moonbeam hits your back. It climbs the barley stack, head swelling to eclipse the highest sack. A Hitchcock silhouette auditioning for villainy. Scoot left, and the shadow slithers downward, polite, as a butler caught mid-sneeze. Silence swells big enough to hear barley starch contracting in the cold. One grain pops, a sound like a universe-creating zit. Then stillness reclaims its throne. You count the sacks again. 9 vertical, 3 slumped, 1 spilling its guts near the owl graffiti. Enough seeds to brew a village's worth of palinka, or feed its revolution. Wind hiccups through the roof hole, scattering dust, motes into panicked retreat. They swarm your face, a nebula invading personal space, until you swat them aside. They regroup farther east, plotting retaliation in tiny particle committees. Dawn pressure builds, not in light, but in the barley's nervous fidgeting. Seeds sense the sun's approach, their circadian rustle itching toward photosynthesis, no one invited. The moon beams weaken, retreating from silver to nickel to dishwater gray. Even the dust motes slow, exhausted by their all-night rave. By the time the eastern hills blush, the shed's private galaxy has dimmed to memory. Barley sacks reclaim their dun anonymity, dusted with grit instead of starlight. Your moon shadow evaporates, leaving just boots on worn boards, flesh-colored hands, the scythe's blunt teeth. Last dust mote spirals into your collar, a final kiss before daylight erases its passport. You brush it away, but its absence prickles, like forgetting the last line of a dream. The lantern hangs, tilted like a drunkard's hat, its handle hooked over a nail, blackened by decades of hearth smoke. Glass panels are fogged with 1,000 thumbprints, grease, and grime sealing damp out and secrets in. Rust bleeds down its iron frame, ochre tears crusting where rivets strain against old hurts. You half expect it to groan, to sag into dust like vampire exposed to dawn. But it defies decay with rust's stubbornness. A cobweb bridges its handle to the rafter, anchored by 8 diligent silken threads. Each strand glistens under the shed's meager light, trembling when your breath nudges the air. The spider's long gone, retired to some silk-lined coffin behind the barley sacks. Its abandoned net sags under cargo, a moth husk, and 2 aphids mummified in resignation. 19th century Hungarians believed cobwebs guarded homes from evil spirits, which explains why farmwives never swept them from tool sheds. This web seems more debris than divine. Maybe the spirits got lax over time. The lantern's base shows a maker's mark. Buda Foundry, 1887, stamped below a fleur-de-lis eaten by corrosion. Budapest's ironworks fueled the Austro-Hungarian Empire's growth, pumping out rail ties and lampposts, until both wars gutted its forges. This relic escaped the smelters, dodging history's appetite for recycling metal into weapons. Its glass warps the wall behind it, stretching wood grain into tiger stripes that waver when shadows twitch. You lean closer, nose wrinkling at the stench of ancient kerosene sour and clingy as a widow's perfume. A dark stain creeps up the wick holder fuel, turned to tar by evaporation's cruel patience. Someone trimmed this wick last, the cotton tip angled sharp as a diplomat's smile, before abandoning it to the dust confederacy. Picture calloused fingers fumbling with scissors, perhaps Lady Ursabet herself preparing for some midnight inspection of her vines. The chain dangles, 3 brass links, tarnished to sewer green, only the lowest one still whispering of its former luster. It sways barely, though no draught troubles the shed's stagnant air. Historians still argue whether Hungarian shepherds hung lanterns to repel wolves, or just to navigate between farmsteads after too much palinka. This chain's motion feels too deliberate for drunkards, too rhythmic for anything breathing. Your shadow climbs the lantern fingers of darkness, caressing its rusted curves. When you tilt your head, the shadow mouth stretches into a grin wide enough to swallow the nail hole. Step left, it shrinks, ashamed of its own theatrics. Glass panels throw prism-light flecks. Across the floor, dull rainbows smeared by grime. One splashes your boot, a purple smudge trembling like a fresh bruise. Touch the lantern's belly, cold biting through your gloves. WORN, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Iron flakes off, red snow drifting onto your sleeve. The metal groans, a low note felt in molars more than heard. Transylvanian folktales whisper of lanterns housing wayward souls, farmhands who got lost in blizzards and burned their own spirits for warmth. You snort, but pull your hand back faster than logic permits. A scar crosses the lantern's front panel, a crack healed with lead solder clumsy as a child stitches. It weeps black residue, old repair blending into new decay. Peer closer, and the fissure magnifies the grain bins behind you, distorting them into a monochrome funhouse. Your reflection splits at the crack, left eye staring right, while your nose divorces your lips. Wind mutters through the roof hole, too faint to stir the barley sacks. Yet the lantern trembles. Chain links click, a sound like prayer beads counted in a hurry. The cobweb snaps, sending its dead moth plummeting into a shadow crevasse. For 3 breaths, the whole shed seems to lean toward that swaying iron husk, silence pooling, thick as spilled oil. Beneath the soot, one glass panel hides a handprint smaller than yours, fingers splayed in panic or haste. It faces inward, as if someone inside the lantern pressed against the glass during their final seconds. Logic says it's grease from installation. Poetry says better. You huff, turning away, only to catch the chain still swinging from the corner of your eye. Moisture beads on the lantern's underside, drops fat as ticks, clinging to rusted seams. Condensation, obviously, but they glow too silver for water, hinting at something nocturnal leaking through the iron. One falls, splatting the floorboard with a sound like a frog's heartbeat. 5 more follow, each landing precisely where moonlight licks the wood. Meteorologists insist night dew can't form indoors, which makes you question their fieldwork locations. You crouch, wiping a finger through the wetness, and recoil at its oil-slick texture. It clings, refusing to drip, swirling with colors that shouldn't exist in near darkness. Teal, burnt umber, the violet of a fresh bruise. Scrub your glove on your thigh, staining the denim with an ink blot Rorschach that seems disappointed. Lantern rust powders the air when the chain jerks, tossing metallic motes into a moonbeam. They hover, copper snow refusing to settle, as if suspended by magnetic whimsy. Count them 30, 40, until they scatter like spooked minnows. 3 stick to your cheek, gritty as beach sand, smelling of blood and penny arrears. The nail groans, bending under the lantern's persistent sway. It's held since the Habsburgs fell, probably, but now shudders like a loose tooth in a skull. One violent twist, and the whole lantern might crash into the barley, spewing glass shrapnel and century-old regrets. You consider steadying it, but hesitate. What if your touch sparks some rust-eaten seam? What if it wants to fall? Someone's scratched letters near the base, AV, and below that Aedid. The second word means for you in Hungarian, though whether romantic or menacing depends on the vanishing context. Lean in and catch the scent rising from those grooves, rosemary and something mud-thick. Not kerosene, not rust. Something spoiled sweet, like honey left in a tomb. Above the lantern, a calendar nail juts from the beam, its sharpness still eager for paper victims. Last tenant pinned up moon, phases here maybe, or harvest tallies. Now it waits hungry for a purpose beyond ornament. Historians still argue whether Austro-Hungarian peasants marked time by saints' days or solstices. But this nail suggests they used whatever sharp thing was handy. You exhale too hard, and the lantern rotates a quarter-turn glass panels, catching light from new angles. 2 panes flash strobing white, while the cracked one stays stubbornly matte. Your pupils contract, pain stabbing temples. And suddenly, you're 9 years old, squinting at street lamps through a car's fogged-up windows. Memory evaporates faster than lantern dew, leaving only the taste of melted snow on your tongue. Kerosene sloshes inside, or something thicker thunking against iron walls when the sway hits its apex. Empty, you remind yourself, this lantern's been hollow since your grandfather was a prune-faced infant. Logic falters when the liquid sound comes again, a lazy lap against metal, like a tide trapped in a tin cup. Your shadow stretches, climbing the lantern now, smearing over glass until the grime looks pitch black. It slicks the metal, feeding rust, making the whole apparatus seem swollen and veined. Step back, shadow retreats, revealing the lantern as just a battered relic again. How many harvests did it light? How many midnight arguments did it overhear while dangling in some foreman's fist? A draft snakes through the shed, too deliberate to be wind, aiming straight for the lantern. The chain dances links chattering like dentures in a winter gale. The cobweb's remnants lift, ghost threads, straining toward the ceiling before collapsing. Dangle your hand near the lantern's base. Feel coolness radiating not from metal, but from the space it guards inside. Lantern as heat sink, predictable physics, except the chill licks upward, searching for your wrist's pulse point. Outside, an owl shrieks the sound, sawing through the shed's thin walls. The lantern jerks, chain snapping taut, as if startled awake. Glass panels rattle a tremor that echoes in your molars. Then stillness. Total, so deep you hear your own capillaries humming. Or maybe just the shed's wood contracting around secrets. Thumb the lantern's latch, find it frozen shut by rust or spite. Pressure cracks bloom around the hinge, tiny lightning forks warning against forced entry. Transylvania's miners carried similar lanterns. Myths say their flames turned blue near silver veins or restless corpses. You smirk, but the latch feels suddenly hot, convincing you to retreat. Moonlight shifts, bleeding through the lantern's clearest pane, and paints an oval spotlight on the floor. Dust swims inside that beam, charged silver, while the rest of the shed dims to peripheral murk. For 5 breaths, you exist only inside that luminous lozenge, until the roof hole clouds over, smothering the effect. The chains sway slows, hypnotic as a pendulum, counting down to nothing. Have you been staring 3 minutes or 13? Your neck stiffens, protesting the awkward angle, while the lantern mocks with its ceaseless creak-rock creak. Someone oiled that chain once, generations back, before neglect became tradition. By the time dawn's first lie graze the eastern window, the lantern hangs limp, its midnight energy spent. Rust flakes litter the floor like congealed blood, a trail even the hungriest ghost couldn't follow. You blink, suddenly aware of your aching knees, your dry throat, the cold nipple of the nail still lodged in wood. One last cobweb strand clings to the handle, quivering as the shed exhales into daylight. The lantern pretends to be inert, iron-jawed, innocent of all motion and mood. Turn away, and your peripheral vision catches the faintest tremor in its chain. But when you look direct, only stillness greets you. As you exit, the lantern's shadow stretches long, bruising the doorway's splintered planks. It lingers, refusing day's amnesia, as you step into the vineyard's blush-colored yawn. You trudge 30 steps west, boots crunching shale that glitters like broken teeth underfoot. Between twisted vines, the well emerges, a stone throat gulping at the night. Its rim, crusted with lichen, bears the scars of 10 million ropes dragged across its lip. A wooden bucket lies shattered nearby, staves bleached bone-white by decades of indifferent suns. Ottoman engineers dug these wells during their 16th century occupation, each shaft plunging 60 feet through stubborn Hungarian limestone. This one survived, while empires crumbled, by keeping silent about everything it swallowed. Lean over the edge, and damp air kisses your cheeks, a clammy greeting from the dark below. Echoes here play tricks, like auditory mice darting between sound beams. Drop a pebble and count the seconds. 1, 2, 3, your pulse thuds louder than the stone's descent. At 10 heartbeats, the splash whispers up, a wet gasp smothered by depth. Peculiar, since basic physics demands quicker feedback. Some claim certain wells harbor pocket dimensions, or bored water spirits dragging stones down slower for sport. Your shadow spills into the shaft, a black stain swallowed by the water's obsidian skin. Far above the moon glares a frozen pupil in the sky's wide eye. Its light never reaches the bottom, as if repelled by what lurks beneath the surface. Tiny ripples shimmer, untouched by wind suggesting movement in the blind underworld. Grope for the crank handle, find iron furred with orange rust and spider nurseries. It creaks a sound like a coffin lid protesting its hinges. But the chain remains limp. No bucket ascends to greet you, only the scent of wet stone and the ghost of minerals. 19th century peasants tossed silver coins here, hoping to poison foul humors in the water. Their offerings lie somewhere below tarnished discs fused to the silt. A frog croaks, or something mimicking frogs from the well's uncharted depths. Too bass-heavy, too resonant for amphibians. When you click your tongue, it clicks back with a half-second delay that prickles your nape. Historians still argue whether medievals tested well water purity by lowering caged birds, or just drank first and recorded symptoms later. Tonight, you opt for skepticism over sampling. Wind skids over the well's mouth, whining through gaps in the masonry. The sound shapes itself into a moan, or maybe a hummed lullaby from your half-remembered childhood. Press your palm to the stones, feel their fungal skin shiver under your touch. Once, this well quenched a vineyard crew of 20 sunstruck laborers. Now, it hydrates only ghosts and the occasional raccoon foolhardy enough to descend. Silence pools here, thicker than the water below. No crickets dare chirp within 15 paces of the rim, as if some sonic fence guards this place. Even your breath seems muted, swallowed by the stones before it can escape your lips. The Ottomans called wells earth veins, believing they bled groundwater from the planet's vital organs. Moonlight slides down the shaft, illuminating the first 3 yards of slick walls. Something glints, a coin, a lost locket, before shadows reclaim it. The incident repeats twice, phantom glitter invitations to lean closer. This matches Sisongrad County folktales of well spirits, dangling shiny lures for drunkards. You snort, but grip the rim tighter. Your dropped pebble sinks anew in memory, replaying its delayed splash like a skipping gramophone record. Did 10 seconds pass, or 11? The margin matters. If local legends hold truth, Pannonian lore claims, delayed echoes mark underwater gateways to the underworld. Then again, the same tales swear garlic repels mortgage collectors, so grain of salt advisories apply. A droplet falls from the crank chain, splatting your boot with deliberate aim. Its viscosity feels wrong, not water, but something stringy and reluctant to release. Wipe it with a thumb recoil at its egg-white texture, a translucent goo laced with pearly flecks, half hidden behind a nettle patch. A stone tablet leans, its carvings fogged by centuries of rain and neglect. Kneel, brush away mud, reveal a two-headed eagle with a snapped beak. Austro-Hungarian military surveyors etched such markers near strategic resources, though this well scarcely merits classification. The chain jerks, metal screeching against rusted gears. The handle spins 3 furious revolutions, though your hands hover inches away. The noise claws at your eardrums, a siren's song minus melody. Plunge a hewn oak plug, they say, to silence quarrelsome well spirits. You lack oak, so settle for stepping 10 paces back, hands cupped over ears. Dark water surges, a muscular gush, soaking the stones 3 feet above the usual waterline. It recedes at once, leaving a glistening tide mark high on the shaft. No rainfall justifies this, not after a fortnight of arid nights. Your throat tightens, unconsciously mirroring the well's stone vise. Circling the rim, you spot 8 grooves carved in the granite, each wrist thick and arranged symmetrically. Tentacle marks, rope abrasion. Neither theory satisfies when you peer into their crude geometry. Ancient Celts, or some older cult, might have tethered sacrifices here during fog-drowned moon cycles. A fringe 1913 pamphlet insists Hungarian wells anchor ley lines, crisscrossing the Carpathians like cosmic suture threads. A hollow knock rises through the shaft, wood on stone, repeated thrice, with ceremonial precision. Down there, a submerged log bumping the walls. A stubborn carp headbutting archaeology. Logic falters, scrambling for explanations that dissolve like sugar in this brackish air. Breeze shifts, carrying a voice, or voiceless murmur from the well's black gullet. Phrases elude you, but the tone, soaked in sorrow or hunger, makes your teeth ache. Might be tinnitus, might be underground rivers crooning through limestone capillaries. Might be neither, and worse. You measure 30 escape, steps back to the shed, each louder than the last. Crushed shale, howling agony under your hasty soles. Over your shoulder, the well mouth shrinks, a stone pupil narrowing in displeasure. 29:30, the vineyard crawls with cricket song again, reasserting normalcy's frail lie. Yet in memory, those 10 counted heartbeats still echo each thud, stretched thinner than the nerves that cradle them. You slump against the south doorway frame, rough-hewn wood snagging your sleeve threads like hungry fingertips. Beyond the vineyard roll 80 miles of night hills, punched through by Buta's yellow pinpricks. They shimmer, not golden like true fire, but the jaundiced stare of sodium street lamps flattened by distance. This view hasn't changed much since Maria Theresa's reign, when Castle Hill burned nightly with whale oil torches to frighten Ottoman spies. Modern bulbs bleach the fortress limestone now. Yet you swear the old queen's ghost still adjusts the wattage with a gloved hand. One light winks abruptly, a flicker too rhythmic for city grids. Could be a truck turning down Varkert Bazaar's service alley, or candle glow from the hospital in the rock's deepest tunnels. A 1930s urban legend claims thermal springs under Buda transformed cannons into petrified tree trunks. You snort, then pause, ignoring how your breath hangs milky in the July air. Dew seeps through your boot leather, reminding you this shed sits 70 meters lower than Pest across the river. Geography's cruel joke, one bank starched and proper, the other slumped like a drunk against the hills. Count the lights, 33, no 42. No, their numbers squirm if you stare too long. Cold seeps from the door latch, rust blooming under your palm like a metallic fungus. This doorway once framed Sigmund the Third's troops marching home from Nicopolis, boots caked with Balkan mud. Historians still argue whether defenders spiked wine barrels during sieges or just preferred vinegar as a wartime mixer. Stone stairs lead outside, each slab grooved by countless forgotten shoes. You crouch, fingertips tracing a crescent-shaped chip in the granite. Some nights, when fog smothers the Tisza, you can hear Budapest's trams squealing on their rails. Or maybe it's just barn owls mocking human industry from the rafters. June bugs ping off the shed's tin roof, each impact ringing like a muted penny dropped on parade grounds. Their bodies pile ankle-deep here by August, crunching underfoot like cornflakes made from chitin and regret. Legends call them devil's thumbtacks, though you suspect peasants invented that term during brandy shortages. 4 lights vanish as you blink, reappearing further east, minute migration that makes your eyes ache. Even electricity misbehaves out here, caught between quantum grids and sheer rural boredom. 2 lights pulse in tandem, synchronized to your heartbeat, until you swallow hard and break the rhythm. Your knee creaks as you stand, a sound mirrored by floorboards underfoot, timbers groaning through their grain. Faint diesel fumes hitchhike 80 miles on the breeze, diluted ghosts of bus, exhaust from Széchenyi chain bridge. Those fumes taste like progress or shame, depending on the decade of your birth. The cricket chorus falters, hushed by a ripple you can't see passing through the grass heads. Every blade stills, held breath, counting seconds between heartbeats. Even insects sense volcanic unrest under Hungary's Great Plain, though magma makes poor conversation at dinner parties. When you lift your gaze again, the lights have bleached from yellow to bone white, as if Buda itself held up an X-ray film to the night. 80 miles feels suddenly thin, a clingfilm layer between you and dissipating history. Someone hung fly tape generations ago, its amber surface studded with generations of wings, now flaking like Gothic lace. A draft stirs the brittle corpses. Click, click, click. A Morse code eulogy for ambitious dipterans. You count the lights once more, hunting for the three that form Orion's belt. If you squint sideways, 69, 73. Numbers blur as exhaustion needs your temples. Budapest never sleeps, they say, which explains its coffee quality. But out here, no one asks your opinion on caffeine. Your thumb finds a nail hole in the doorframe, worn smooth by other thumbs in other midnights. If splinters could talk, they'd whisper about the shepherd who carved his sweetheart's initials here in 1883, only to learn she'd eloped with a Prague clockmaker. Breeze shifts, sluicing grape musk over the threshold, fat purple orbs sweetening elsewhere while their watchman doze. Every vintner east of the Danube fears night frost this month, yet the lips of every hill stay mum. One searchlight strobes over Abuda, probing the dark like a neurosurgeon's scalpel, hunting for tumors in God's frontal lobe. Cold licks your spine anyway, despite the summer night assurances baked into the soil around you. Blackness swallows whole hills now, as if the Carpathians remember their primeval urge to devour city lights. But Buda persists, stubborn as a wine stain on linen, bullied by darkness, yet too prideful to fade. 3 slow breaths, inhaling loam and distances, and your pupils stretch wide enough to blot the stars between those electric specks. 70 miles, 80, what's a few leagues, when tectonic plates shrug in their sleep beneath your boots. Step back. The shed reclaims you with its apple cellar chill and spider silk hammocks. Before you turn, one last light flickers, winks, and dissolves like sugar in the Danube's indifferent currents. Your boot scuffs a hay bale, unearthing wood slats painted white sometime before Franz Joseph's beard went gray. The shelf sags, its warped boards cupping one object like a reliquary. Lady Ursabet's gardening shears rest there, twin blades fused by rust into a single orange claw. Someone dipped them in honey once to prevent corrosion, a trick Hungarians used since the 1600s. But time licks sweet things faster than bees. You lean closer, breath disturbing dust, motes that glint like tarnished sparks. These shears snipped roses for 30 springs, if village gossip holds truth, until Ursabet vanished midsummer wearing gloves stitched from Turkish saddlebags. Historians still argue whether nobles carried gardening tools as status symbols, or just liked having sharp metal within reach during political disagreements. The shears weigh heavier than their steel suggests, as if holding echoes of every vine they gutted. Your fingertip traces the grip's faded chevrons, carvings meant to mimic python skin for better grip. A quirky journal from 1872 claims rusty tools attract ghosts, their oxidation acting as spiritual Velcro. Same text insists magpies collect pliers to build thrones for their featherless king. Wind sneaks through the wall crack, wheezing across the shear's metal teeth. For a blink, you hear a dry snick-snick, like blades trimming phantom stems. Of course, rotted hinges creak similarly when the moon swells. Or so you tell your crawling neck hairs. Light bleeds through the shed's sole window, painting the shear's first copper, then dried blood maroon as clouds shuffle overhead. Budapest glows dull amber to the south, too weary to cast proper shadows tonight. That altered light plays tricks, making rust seem to creep upward like ivy reclaiming a tombstone. Hay prickles your palm as you steady yourself, each stalk whispering secrets about Erzsébet's final hours. Did she drop these shears while fleeing Ottoman raiders, or discard them after butchering her husband's prized tulips in a rage? Legends claim she buried 7 suitors' hearts under her rosemary bushes, though soil here stunts anything fragrant enough to mask corpses. You exhale slow, noticing how the shears angle toward the creek where her roses once grew. Coincidence, surely, or some warped metal's lazy slump toward gravity. Still, something makes you shift sideways, blocking their line of sight to the water. Moonlight catches the blade's serrated edge, showing where 3 teeth snapped off long ago. One fracture gleams oddly bright, a sliver of untarnished steel winking beneath centuries of neglect. Could be a stress fracture, could be the spot where Erzsébet's rings struck metal while pruning spitefully. Noblewomen loved ruby bands back then, though gem facets cut deeper than gardening tools when hurled at cheating spouses. A moth lands on the shear's pivot screw, wings trembling as it tastes rust-flavored air. It flees when your shadow touches metal, leaving behind ghostly leg dust on the rust. Humor the dead, you think, lifting the shears with both hands, as if presenting Excalibur's uglier cousin. They smell of oxidized secrets and a hint of lavender gone rancid. You'll find no royal gardeners here now, just beetles rewriting history in the rotten shelf wood. Coolth bleeds from the metal into your palms, the chill of Austrian winters stored in iron cells. A muskrat shuffles outside, then freezes as the shears creak in your grip, 2 rust-sealed jaws yawning half a millimeter wider. Candlelight would help now, but all flames quit this shed by midnight, snuffed by sighs from underground springs. So you squint, peering at the maker's mark near the thumb ring. 3 crossed arrows, stamped faintly, the workshop emblem of Kalaman Caesar, who famously forged tools between mass attendances. His 1628 arrest for baptizing anvils with holy water remains a seminary punchline. Mold blooms on the shelf beneath the shears, black speckles arranged like a map of the Balkans circa 1593. Your nose wrinkles at its earthy stink, decay's answer to the vineyard musk outside. The right blade feels thicker, weighted with some long-dried sap, or maybe the glue of a million spider silk repairs. Flex it gently, metal groaning like an arthritic dowager rising from her divan. Shadows mutate as clouds eat the moon whole, splotching the shears with inkblot shapes. One resembles a hanged man, another a rose with too many thorns. Your thumb finds a groove worn smooth by some gardener's obsessive grip. Perhaps Ursabet herself during her rumored sleepless nights. When the creek gurgles louder outside, you almost miss the answering chime from the shears, a harmonic shiver, as if metal recognized water's song, or vice versa. Rotate the tool sideways, revealing crude etchings along the spine. Not initials, not numbers, but tally marks grouped in sevens, 84 slashes in total, a life's count of pruned branches, or severed regrets, depending on your philosophy of horticulture. Pressure builds behind your eyes, the kind earned squinting at museum plaques under bad lighting. Still, you can't look away from how the shears drink moonlight now, their rust glowing like embers in a dying hearth. Neighbors gossiped that Ursabet clipped her own hair with these blades, locking the strands in lead coffins beneath the linden trees. Peculiar, but less strange than Countess Bathory's alleged habits, and far better for local property values. Outside, a branch cracks, its dry snap sinking with the shears, slipping an inch leftward in your hands. It takes effort not to follow their tilt toward the doorway, where darkness clusters thickest. Lower them, slowly, metal kissing shelf, wood, with a sigh older than steam engines. Dust puffs upward, ghost pollen from flowers nobody remembers planting. Your empty palms tingle memories of cold clinging like sap. For 10 heartbeats, the shed holds perfectly still, as if awaiting applause from an unseen theater crowd. Then mice resume scratching under the floor, and the world exhales its held breath. Moon escapes the clouds, its light now silver bright on the shears hinge, where one last drop of oil winks wet despite centuries of drought. Moonlight slides off the shears hinge, its last glint swallowed by clumps of herbs overhead. Their dried bundles hang like mossy beards from the ceiling, say, and time, and nameless things gathered when Maria Theresa still ruled. The air here feels chewed, thick with pollen ghosts and memories sharper than their scents. Reach up your fingertips part cobwebs to brush a brittle sage twig. It crumbles at the touch, powdered leaves snowing gray onto your wrist. 16th century Hungarians stuffed pillows with this stuff, believing fumes fended off Ottoman nightmares. Folk journals from 1732 claim thieves wartime necklaces, thinking it muffled footstep sounds on creaky floors. A draft sweeps through, swinging the herbs in slow arcs, each bundle knocking its neighbor with wooden clacks. Their shadows stretch across the floor, forming a patchwork beast that breathes with every sway. The black cat would mock this display if you hadn't both agreed to mutual blindness tonight. Crush a fallen leaf between thumb and forefinger, releasing camphor and damp cellar notes. Modern chefs pay €30 for a jar of this dust, calling it vintage terroir, while you call it grandma's attic sneeze. Historians still argue whether nobles hung herbs to mask plague stench, or just liked watching serfs sneeze while dusting rafters. Windows rattle as wind shoulders past stirring scents into a soup older than Budapest's first bridge. Cumin maybe, or wild marjoram, pickled in decades of neglect. Your sinuses itch with the weight of it, each breath coating your throat like spiced syrup. That musk presses down thick as the shed's sagging beams, makes your shoulders slump under phantom sacks of last century's barley harvests. Used to be, folks believed heavy air meant spirits nesting in dried flowers, clutching stems like ladder rungs back to the living world. Overhead, a moth-eaten thyme bunch unravels, seeds pinging off your collar like miniature hailstones. Their taste lands bitter on your tongue's soil and sharpness, and a hint of copper coins left in coffins. Nearest the door, sombrous clusters dangle lowest, leaves so shriveled they've lost all color. These might be wormwood, or just rosemary surrendering to time. Tilt your head, inhaling notes of saddle leather and regret, the signature scent of failed invasions and arranged marriages. Crickets pause outside, their silence deepening, until you hear the creak of twine around each bundle. 27 cords in total, knotted with sailors' precision by hands that knew the Danube's cruel whims. Thicker stalks snap under their own weight, raining splinters onto the wine-stained floorboards below. One spear stabs the wood beside your boot, quivering like a dagger thrown in tavern anger. Your palm rests on the old chopping block, its surface carved with initials and tally marks for forgotten debts. The grain still hoards juniper oil sticky under pressure, as if the shed sweats memories when squeezed. Moonlight angles westward now, silvering only the highest herb tufts near the rafters. Their undersides stay black, draped in shadows that cling like burnt sugar. Lean closer, watching dust motes swirl in this twilight, each speck a collapsed star too tired to shine properly. A breeze shivers through the wall gaps, humming Hungarian plain songs as it riffles the harvest. For 3 breaths, every bundle sways in unison, a brittle dance troupe rehearsing its final waltz. Then stillness returns, heavier than before, pressed down by generations of silent Julys, trapped in leaf veins. Even the mice pause their tunneling, sensing the air's syrup density. Grip the shelf edge, grit lodging under your nails, as Austrian oak sheds another fleck of varnish. Historians still argue whether Franz Joseph sneezed twice passing this valley, or 3 times, a vital clue for allergy-based diplomacy studies. That blackest herb bunch rustles unaided, though no wind troubles its neighbors. Perhaps a moth stirs inside the husks, or something furred seeks shelter from the wells humming below. Your neck prickles as shadows pool around your ankles, inky and deliberate as spilled poppy paste. Look up through the herb forest, where rafters creak under unseen pressures. Some say this shed once stored paprika sacks for the Esterhazy kitchens. Others claim monks hid icon fragments inside hollowed marjoram stems. Tonight, all stories fold into a single sensation, scent curdling beneath your collarbone, warm and insistent as a stray cat's stare. Twist a sage leaf between teeth, bitterness, exploding with surprising vitality. Centuries stored here waiting, yet the flavor still hates your tongue with garlic breath intensity. Shadows thicken as clouds smother the moon again, blurring the herb shapes into one breathing canopy. Their aroma shifts, now wax soft and narcotic, pulling your eyelids lower with each exhalation. Outside, roots crack beneath the shed, gnawing stone meals with glacial patience. Inside, time pools in time-scented puddles, each minute stickier than the last. Your knee meets a stray hay bale, dry prickles snagging your trousers as you sink down. Moonlight limps back, revealing handprints in the dust, yours, overlapping others left decades apart. At the edge of hearing, something scritches inside a dill bundle, too crisp for insects, too faint for anything but imagination. You grant it privacy, studying instead how rust and herb dust merge on your fingertips, staining skin the color of old blood. The shed's floorboards sigh, sinking another fraction into Hungary's greedy soil, as overhead herbs whisper about pogroms and weddings they seasoned equally. Wind whistles through chinks in the wall, tugging the darkest bundle, until it spins like a hanged man, tapping Morse code. Exhale, taste copper snow, the tang of printer's ink from some half-rotted almanac dissolved into air. Press your palm flat to the boards, feeling the herb's gathered breath press down, gentle and inevitable as dirt accepting a coffin. The herb's pressure lifts suddenly, not broken, but redirected toward the wall's eastern corner. There, a hole no bigger than your fist chewed through ancient plaster. A shadow writhes within it, liquid and deliberate as poured ink. Emerald eyes blink, first 2 wet jewels catching moonglow before the cat's head follows. Its fur drinks all light, blacker than the shed's deepest rafters, blacker than Ottoman cannon smoke over Buda. You freeze mid-breath, hand still pressed to the floorboards. Historians still argue whether pests, rat catchers, trained cats to slip through such gaps, or if felines simply stole the technique from Hungarian smugglers. The creature flows into the room, silent as folded silk. Pause, finding stable boards among the creaky ones. Show-offs. Pretend to study a cobweb above your left shoulder. Heroic focus on dust engineering. The cat mirrors your indifference, grooming a paw while pointedly ignoring your existence. Someone during Catherine the Great's reign claimed black cats could read minds, hence their strategic napping during awkward questions. You mentally replay your grandmother's pancake recipe, safe ground, though the cat's whiskers twitch anyway. Wind whistles through the hole, carrying Tisa River fog and the ozone tang of distant thunderstorms. The cat turns its back, flicking its tail like a burnt fuse, and begins investigating the well bucket's rusty chain. Modern pest logs suggest one Hungarian farm cat cleared 87 rats between April and May of 1601. Imagine maintaining that resume. This one seems more concerned with dust mouse theatrics near the grain sacks. Your neck prickles, yet you dutifully examine a crack in the wall plaster. Byzantine mosaic flakes wink within the crevice. Or maybe just beetle wings abandoned mid-metamorphosis. The treaty holds. Under this truce, you note how the cat's shoulders mimic the Carpathian lynx, genetic echoes of something wilder prowling royal game preserves. Yet its posture screams Budapest alley diplomat, all calculated indifference and strategic tail placement. Folk journals mention Countess Ursabet bathing in black cat's milk every third vernal equinox, unclear if cats ever consented. Floorboards whine as the creature leaps onto a barrel, displaying physics-defying grace and an obvious awareness of being watched without watching back. The air smells suddenly sharper, wet fur undercut by paprika dust, a scent violently Hungarian. Your knee cracks when you shift, riding jacket rustling louder than a smuggler's telegram. The cat freezes, silhouette blending into shadows behind the barrel. The shed exhales, beams settling, as if sighing over this fragile piece. Crickets cheer without sound beyond the walls. 10 minutes pass, measured in coiled tail tips, and your own stubborn diaphragm control. The well hums below, that muffled soliloquy it does around 2 a.m. And both of you pretend not to hear ancient plumbing's opinion on social dynamics. Moonlight glazes the crown of the cat's head, velvet fur igniting into a backlit saint halo, forged from diluted silver. Feral lineage shows now, the spine curve that remembers Anatolian plateaus, paws bred to tread fresh snow without breaking its crust. Prints from these bloodlines riddle Ottoman border, reports alongside claw marks on imperial tax manifests. Another gust sneaks through the whole herb's sway overhead. Something dill-scented dusts your shoulder. The cat sneezes artfully, excusing itself in feline, while steadfastly avoiding eye contact. Rumor claims the Schemnitz mine cats saved 53 miners in 1627 by clawing at gas leak tunnels. Improbable, yet you respect the PR campaign. Your back teeth ache from not yawning. The creature stretches, spine arching like a drawn longbow, then melts off the barrel and pads toward Lady Ursabet's forgotten ring. Third-generation coal stealers taught their kittens to tiptoe through noble parlors. Fact lost to zoology archives, filed under pest control expenses. Mice resume scratching under the floor, conversations rising audibly safe beneath this armistice. The cat's ear rotates toward the sound, then flattens in performative disinterest. Perhaps truce terms forbid midnight snacks, or perhaps pride demands denial of free-range appetizers. Dawn's first lyre glow creeps into the sky false and timid. Emerald eyes find yours accidentally, reflecting twin versions of yourself, smaller, swimming in green-tinted midnight. A blink seals the confession, faster than a candle snuff. By unspoken pact, you turn toward the south window, counting fake stars, while paw steps retreat toward the hole. A final rustle, pause, the unmistakable huff of something judging your life, choices from a safe distance, then only plaster dust, sifting downward, white motes swirling where a void had worn cat shape seconds ago. Wind whistles through the empty hole, screaming like a robbed tea kettle, as the shed resumes its solo exhale into July's thinning dark. The wind's dying scream pulls your focus toward those narrow cellar stairs, each step warped by damp and time. Rough-cut stones bite your palm as you steady the descent, grains of granite older than Prince Joseph, last heir to drink himself sideways on this vineyard's vinegar wine. Cold climbs your ankles first, a slow syrup of July-defying chill. Down here, air thickens with the taste of stone and secrets. Last winter's apples still huddle in woven baskets, hunched as old nuns. Your next breath clouds white absurd for midsummer, but Hungarian cellars laugh at seasons. Workers once stored winter apples in these vaults, stacked like cannonballs, awaiting some fruity war. Someone scratched names into the eastern wall, 1902 maybe, a bored cooper, or lovesick stable boy. The letters glisten with condensed air, sweating apologies or boasts. A barrel gapes open near the bottom step, its innards long hollowed by beetles and resignation. Memory floats up from its staves, tar and fermented pear, smells still sharp as a taxman's gaze. The dark hums, not a motor's drone, but something lower, vibrating molars and eardrums in equal measure. Folk tales claim cold air preserves spoken words, that every cellar confession lingers like perfume in wool. Movement flickers in your periphery, just cellar shadows mimicking life. Yet something about that apple basket whispers deliberate disorder. One fruit nudged aside, blush red skin kissed by fingernail crescents. You count 9 cobwebs decorating a rafter, each silk strand sagging with the dust of decades. Historians still argue whether Habsburg ice cellars used alpine glacier chunks or just packed snow. Both methods would have envied this underground frost. Shift your weight. Floor grit crunches louder than a pastry thief in a silent library. The hum pitches higher. Now a dentist's drill, singing off-key hymns. Leather-bound ledgers line a shelf, their pages swollen with moisture ink bled into Rorschach stains. Imagine balancing the vineyard's books here, fingers trembling, both from cold and creative accounting. Reach out, touch the northern wall. Stone weeps icy droplets that shiver down your wrist, sending gooseflesh toward your elbow. Byzantine merchants supposedly hid Persian silks in similar cellars during Ottoman raids, though nothing here but pickle jars and disappointment. 3 empty bottles huddle in a corner, green glass filmed with cellar breath. One bears a label too faded to read. Another guards a dead moth in its belly. The third just waits. Your jacket seems stiffen. Frost stitching itself along every thread. Scholars suggest count and draws stored illegal French brandy here after Napoleon's fall. But the only spirits now are the ones haunting your ribcage. A draft slithers through cracks in the foundation, whistling between stones laid before steam engines or telegraphs. It carries the creak's wet murmur and something else, maybe birch leaves debating the wind's latest love letter. Stoop beneath a low beam, grateful you're not wearing Uncle Tamaz's ridiculous feathered hat from the Budapest opera scandal of '7. The cellar's ceiling hangs close now, crushing prayers into coughs. Air currents finger your collar, impertinent as a pocket thief at Easter Mass. That low hum swells again, this time with bass notes that might loosen your fillings if you had any. Spot a rusted hook dangling from the ceiling, once maybe a sausage hanger, now a pendulum for nothing. 18 centimeters long, you measure by thumb spans, the metal still bitter with salt-cured memories. Shuffle sideways, hip bumping a table leg. 3 mummified apples roll from their basket, thudding onto packed earth, sounding exactly like skulls dropped on a butcher's block. The hum pauses, as if listening. Lean against the cool stone, letting it leach warmth you can't spare. 78 paces from Buda's royal ice house to this spot, if moles could map tunnels. But geography means little to shivering men. Breath clouds double now thicker, each exhale a ghostly fledgling learning to fly. Rural doctors once swore cellar air cured consumption, sent patients down with wool blankets and bad poetry. The cure rate matched vinegar's ability to polish silver. Tilt your head, squinting at cellar shadows. Is that movement again? Or just fatigue painting pictures where mortar lines blur? Sudden thirst claws your throat dry as parchment. The well waits 30 steps west, too far through solid earth. Swallow anyway, tasting salt and old iron on your tongue. The hum vibrates through your molars, clockwork bees in a bone hive. 2 cracks split the western wall, sharp as lightning forks, birth canals for drafts and existential dread. Press your palm to the stone feel minute, shudders from roots, or underground streams, or the vineyard's sleeping heartbeat. Bend to inspect the fallen apples. Their skins cling tight, wrinkled defenders against decay, flesh beneath likely brown and sweetly rotten. Someone hung them here hoping for spring, or forgetting them by August's heat. Same difference. That insidious cold now owns your kneecaps, numbing cartilage and old football injuries alike. Workers would have descended at dawn lanterns, cutting weak gashes in the dark, only their breath proving them alive. Straighten too fast, head grazing a shelf. An avalanche of paprika dust rains down, violating 3 EU cleanliness codes and your last clean nostril. The hum retreats lower now, a bear's snore muffled by snow. Whatever tunes this cellar's throat prefers, it guards them closer than a miser's coffin. Your left boot finds a depression in the earth, perhaps from a barrel stood too long, or a man kneeling to count coins. Even ghost knees leave grooves given centuries. Light bleeds down the stairwell, thin and gray, dawn's third-rate understudy. Too weak to banish shadows, just strong enough to sharpen edges on every cobweb and doubt. Stare at your pale hands, knuckles reddened by cold, watching slow blood move beneath skin. The cellar doesn't care. Its chill outlived revolutions, wars, phylloxera plagues, still patient as a locked safe. Behind the apple basket, something glints. A button, perhaps, or a coin, or just quartz winking in counterfeit treasure, not worth the frozen fingers to uncover. Teeth chatter, a Morse code even the shed can't translate. Could recite Hungarian state poets or curse like a Szeged fishwife. But your jaw just rattles its cage. The hum swells briefly, as if amused, then sinks back into cellar bones. Above mice resume their dawn arguments over grain taxes, tiny paws drumming the floorboards like impatient creditors. Something releases in the air, pressure shifting, as if the vineyard sighed into its pillow. Your next exhale ghosts white proof that some chills outlast calendars and princesses, and maybe even empires. Your boots find the cellar stairs again, grateful for any escape from that marrow-deep chill. Each step groans a different complaint. 10th one barks loudest, a creaky old watchdog guarding nothing. Sun-bleached wood meets your palms as you push into the shed proper, air warmer by 3 degrees, and smelling of hay and long retreat. Those cellar hums fade, replaced by soft thuds against glass, wings beating in fuzzy frustration. Gypsy moths cluster at the lone window, bodies bumping the pane in slow devotion. Their wings blur the moonlight, soft as fingertips drumming on a coffin lid, if coffins came with cheap glazing. Lean closer, breath fogging the glass. Dozen wings flutter, brown patterns swirling like tea leaves at the bottom of a cup. History claims these moths hitched rides to Europe on silk trader ships, though their silk-making skills proved lousy at best. One moth launches itself at your face, thumps your forehead like a disrespectful raindrop, then spirals back to the window brigade. They seek the lantern, still hanging crooked over by Lady Ursabet's shears. Its glass stays dark, no flame since the Berlin Wall fell. But moths never check expiration dates. Watch their shadows dance on the floorboards, elongated and eerie, a silent film about desperation. Each impact makes a tiny thwick, felt more than heard, like someone peeling tape off bare skin. Moonlight paints the scene blue-gray, except for one detail. The moth's eyes glow faint green when they pivot just right. Some village elders swore they remembered human faces, said each glow matched a dead lover's gaze. You blink, and the effect vanishes. A particularly stubborn moth rams the same window spot 11 times. Takeout orders have shown more strategic thinking. Its wings falter on the 12th try, body sliding down the glass, leaving a faint streak of wing dust. The shed's single bulb died in 1992, but these idiots still voted Miss Universe every night. 3 moths break ranks, zigzagging toward the ceiling where dried herbs dangle low enough to tickle your scalp. Their wings brush sage leaves, releasing stale whispers of last summer's heatwave. History buffs still debate whether gypsy moths caused the Great Peanut Butter Panic of 1893, or just scapegoated while locusts snickered in cornfields. One moth lands on your sleeve, legs prickling through thin fabric, its antennae twitch, scanning for non-existent lanterns or your patience, whichever expires first. Outside, wind hushes through the vineyards like a librarian telling rowdy grapes to shush. The moths pause mid-flutter, listening to some cue humans lost eons back, then resume their window jihad with fresh zeal. Raise a hand, blocking one's flight path, and feel the absurdly gentle thump of its body against your palm. Life reduced to crave, collide, repeat. Shift your weight, floorboards squeaking like a stepped-on chew toy. Moths scatter only to regroup seconds later around their glass god. Their reflections writhe, partnerless dancers miming routines from a forgotten operetta. Too late for wings, too early for dawn. Even the vineyard's vanished fog avoids this shed now, respecting the moth's terrible focus. Cold nips your neck, cellar's last farewell before retreating underground. Silence stretches, then snaps, when 7 moths stage a symphony against the pane. Buta's distant lights wink once, mocking or applauding, you decide. Your eyelids droop, moths blur into one undulating shadow, a living Rorschach blot asking, when was your last nap? Hope glues their feet to glass, stupid and beautiful as tax rebates in a dictatorship. Lean back against a hay bale, moths still tap dancing their requiem until darkness swallows the rhythm whole. Cold seeps into your bones even before your eyes register the change, that cellar chill crawling back upstairs to nudge your ribs. 3 o'clock licks the shed's roof with a wet tongue, the hour when grandfather clocks cough and night watchmen forget their own names. Outside, the Tisa River exhales. Fog rolls up the vineyard slopes like a shy ghost invading a party. One moment, distant fence posts stand as thin gray sentinels. Next breath, they're gone, swallowed whole, as if the earth got peckish. That river fog once hid Ottoman troops during the siege of Magyar, though these days it mostly just steals cows. You press your nose to the window, glass cooling your skin, watching the mist devour everything beyond the shed's rotting porch. A cowbell clanks once, wet and muffled, then silence eats the sound. Cotton-thick air invades through wall cracks, smelling of river mud and secrets left to soak. Some claim the fog carries voices, dead ferrymen singing love songs to catfish. Last year, a Budapest blogger swore he recorded whispers in it, uploaded files that got deleted faster than free cake at a dieters' convention. The shed shrinks around you, walls leaning closer in the soup-thick haze. Your bench feels like the last dry land in a world drowned in milk. Even the moths surrender, clinging motionless to the window as fog licks the glass. You count breaths to stay anchored, inhaling the shed spice rack aroma of thyme and mouse droppings. 17 breaths in the far vineyard vanishes. 23. The old oak tree dissolves. 31. Even the moon winks out, leaving just this splintered bench your heartbeat, the lingering musk of a black cat treaty. A droplet forms on the ceiling beam, plopping onto your knee with cartoonish precision. Another follows, hitting the same spot like a sniper with OCD. Dampness wakes the shed's wounds. Wood groans, glass jars, sweat, rust, flakes off the lantern with tiny sighs. The moisture highlights every smell. Wet hay now mildewed grain sacks. The ghost of wine spilled when Reagan was still cracking jokes about Russia. Historians still argue whether river fog saved or doomed the Hungarian revolutionaries at the Battle of Mohawks. Answers probably matter less than the fog itself, which treats history like a buffet, taking whatever slices it wants. Reach out fingers vanishing past the second knuckle in the haze. Pull your hand back, skin glistening, as if the air could dissolve you next. Wise men once bottled this fog, sold it as cure-all elixirs, turned tidy profits, until clients noticed their warts remained. Something groans outside, not wood or wind, but low and hungry. Could be a sleepy cow, could be old Mrs. Horvath's arthritic barn door, could be the fog itself, stretching its jaws. Your nape hairs vote for option 3. The shed's floorboards darken with damp, patterns emerging like ink blot tests. That one looks like a screaming owl, that one like a teapot, that one suspiciously like Putin's profile if he ate bad borscht. Fog thickens until even your boots look blurred, as if reality's buffering. You've seen city fog, that weak broth of pollution and pigeon angst. This is its country cousin, thick enough to stub your toe on heavy, with the weight of soaked fields and unfinished business. 3 paces away, Lady Ursabet's shears fade into the gray, blurring like a memory, no one polished. Only the rust smell stays sharp, oxidized blood haunting the air. Your ears become the boss now, every sound swollen by the fog's acoustics. A branch cracks northeast, too loud for the distance. Water drips, somewhere rhythm suggesting Morse code for go to sleep already. Beneath it all the teasaws murmur, a liquid lullaby older than Latin. Legs cramp, begging you to stand, stretch, walk into that hungry whiteness. You stay seated. Village kids dare each other to enter midnight fog. Prizes include bragging rights and occasional pneumonia. Cold settles deeper, that special damp chill that bypasses skin, aiming straight for marrow. Should have stolen one of the night gardener's mud-caked boots. Left foot could use a sock stuffed with straw. Sudden thud against the south wall, brief vibration through the bench. Animal or vegetable, no minerals that ambitious. Another thud, softer, followed by chewing sounds no sober cow would make. Fog slips under the door now, curling around your ankles like a needy cat. Its touch leaves dew on your jeans, fabric clinging to goosebumped skin. Time stretches like taffy, minutes hand, stuck in molasses. You count heartbeats to stay awake. Lose track at 200. Start over, slip into fog math, where 17 plus 30 equals. When's breakfast? Blackness flickers at the edge of vision, eyes, or brain waving white flags. Maybe the fog seeps into skulls, switches off thoughts, like a janitor flipping breakers. A spider descends from the ceiling, legs paddling air like it's late for fog surfing lessons. It halts dangling before your nose, body glistening with beads of mist. Hay scratches your neck, each rustle louder now in the muffled world. Senses sharpen and dull at war, smell hyperalert, sight fading like a bankrupt theater's marquee. Wind stirs, not enough to shred the fog, just enough to make it writhe. Shapes coil past the window, formless, but your hindbrain whispers fingers and teeth. An owl shrieks the sound sheared short, as if something caught it mid-cry. One village tale claims fog eats noises, hoarding screams and laughter for lean winters. Your jaw cracks with a yawn, sudden and seismic. Fog swirls where your breath punches through brief tunnels in the woolly air. The shed shrinks further, walls now a hand's span from your shoulders, bench contracted to a balance beam. Even ghosts would complain about the crowding. Reach for the hay bale beside you, grope through fog-thick air, fingertips finding damp stalks. A centipede skitters over your knuckle, gone before you shudder. Silence folds around you, not true silence, but fog's version, where every soft sound gets wrapped in cotton. Even your heartbeat seems muffled, a drummer playing inside a mattress. Light bleeds through suddenly, not dawn, but a single sulfur yellow eye floating 20 paces west. It winks, shudders, dims to a glowworm's wink. Flashlight, car headlight, drunk with a lantern, your brain offers polite suggestions. The fog swallows it whole before your throat can shape a huh. Air tastes different now, wet wool and silt with a metallic tang, like biting old foil. They say the tea-saw carries uranium traces from forgotten mines, though it mainly just carries catfish and regrets. Wood creaks overhead, a noise the rafters never made before. Pressure shifts, dust sprinkling your hair, grit grinding between molars when you flinch. Blink, and the fog feels thinner, window glass showing a smear of moonlight again. Shadows regain edges, floorboards reappear, world rebuilding itself pixel by pixel. Your knees protest when you stand, cold stiffened hinges, begging for oil. Fog still presses against the shed, but weaker now, a tide pulling back from shore. Shapes emerge outside, the oak tree's skeleton, a fence post, capped with mist like melted ice cream. A cow's mournful moan echoes, returned from whatever fog dimension stole it. Cold lingers in your clothes, damp shirt clinging like a grudging lover. The shed's corners stay hazy, cobwebs glistening with stolen river breath. You exhale slow, watching your breath flirt with the retreating fog, two vapors mingling before one flees. Night softens its grip, just a little, just enough. Roosters stay silent, too wise to trust false dawns. Wind combs through vineyards again, this time bringing grape scent instead of river spit. And the fog. It slinks back to its riverbed, dreams coiled tight, until 3 o'clock tomorrow. Your neck cricks upward, drawn by a silver thread, catching moon-bleached light. And there she is, a master weaver suspended between beam and barley sack. Her web sags under cargo, dust confetti, and dead things curled like dried commas. But one strand glistens fresh, beaded with drops that aren't due. 13 years ago, a Hungarian widow sold threaded spider silk as memory traps, claimed they could bottle last words whispered near webs. Doctors called it nonsense. Mourners bought every strand, hungry for echoes of the gone. A draft shivers through the shed, making the web sway like a chandelier in a tipsy duke's mansion. Those damp beads tremble, refracting light into tiny fractured rainbows. Something hums, not from the web, but behind your ribs, as if your bones recognize the vibration. Lean closer, close enough to smell the decay on those fly wings, close enough to count 8 legs folded in repose. And you catch it, a murmur trapped in the silk. Could be wind, could be old wood settling, could be a child's laugh pressed into thread back when the shed held harvest feasts. Historians still argue whether Victorian hair jewelry came from grief or glamour, whether locking loved ones' curls in lockets comforted hearts, or just gave thieves something shiny to pawn. Your breath fogs the nearest strand, misstriding brief words that vanish fast, remember, then gone. The spider twitches, a jeweler annoyed by fingerprints on her display case, and scrambles toward the safety of a shadowed rafter. The web bobs, drops sliding along the silk highways, merging into one swollen pearl that clings, quivering, before plunging. It smacks the floorboards, splattering a dark asterisk centered between your boots. Down here, the scent changes, iron tang under the damp hay, like a licked penny. That widow's ad said real memory silk never dissolves, just grows heavier with each secret it holds. Your fingertip grazes a lower thread, sticky as regret, and the vibration surges brighter, a low cello note thrumming under skin. Flash of white linen, sun hot on your neck, glass clinking, words spoken in Magyar too fast to catch, then gone. Maybe the web hoards sunlight too, saving it for nights when the dark presses thick. Some swear certain spiders spin silk from their own dreams, that webs are just bedtime stories told in thread. A dead moth's wing crumbles at your touch, dust pale as a ghost's cough. The surviving beads shimmer, each holding a sliver of window moonlight, tiny mirrors, reflecting nothing but more dark. Shuffle back bench creaking, and the web blurs, becoming just cobweb again, gray lace sagging in a forgotten corner. But the hum lingers, lodged in your jaw now, a tune half remembered, the one grandma hummed while snapping beans. Or was it something older? Cold nips your earlobe, sharp as a tailor's pin, and the shed exhales, sending the last dewdrops trembling, but not falling, not yet, waiting for a breath that never comes. Wind sneaks through cracks, plucking a single sour note from the web threads, a sound like a wineglass rim rubbed with a wet thumb. Outside, a branch scrapes glass, tracing letters in the grime, meaningless, or maybe spelling something best left unread. The floorboard where the drop fell stays dark, stains spreading slow, soaking into wood grain like ink into paper, like loss into bone, like night into the next night, and the next, until even the spiders forget where memories end and webs begin. You tilt your head back, neck protesting, to where the clock hangs crucified above the door. No hands mark its face, just empty screw holes where brass once pointed, a moon robbed of its craters, its wood frame warped long ago, splinters catching moonlight like little teeth. 14 springs ago, a storm flooded half of Budapest, drowning pocket watches in Danube mud. Dockworkers swore some ticked underwater for weeks, counting seconds in riverbed graves. Something creaks inside the clock's belly, gears gnawing on invisible hours. Not ticking, never ticking, just the wet grind of a butcher's knife on steel. Your temples ache, pulsed by each rotation, though your own watch shows only 3:17 a.m. Hungarian royals, once paid clockmakers, in paprika sacks for tower timepieces, each chime tuned to their mistress' favorite hymn. The glass face has gone cloudy, frosted like your breath on winter windows, but you press closer. Faint scratches mar the underside, names maybe, or dates, scraped by fingernails from an era without pens. Salt stains bloom between the numerals, tears or sweat from whoever wound it last. Historians still argue whether castle clocks ran slow to stretch feast days, or fast to hurry enemies to their graves. A draft slithers down your collar sharp with the scent of walnut oil and sour regrets. The clock groans louder, as if tasting your chill, and for one dizzy second the number IV swims, becoming a closed eye. Blink, and it's just Roman numerals again, stubborn as math. 3 black beetles march across the frame, dignitaries, touring ruins, their feet whispering against wood grain. One slips, falling toward your eyebrow before catching itself on a splinter. It waves antennae, warning you off its hollow kingdom. You snort. The clock answers with a metallic belch, something deep in its guts shifting, like a sleeper turning in bed. Squint just so, and you spot the shadow behind the numerals. Not dust, but a stain shaped like Transylvania, if Transylvania had crooked fangs and no rivers. The longer you stare, the more its edges writhe, fingernails dragging along the rim. Village elders claimed cherrywood clocks lied on purpose, making winters feel endless, so farmers drank more plum brandy. Back up, your heel grinds a dead moth into the floorboards. The clock's noise softens, pleased by your retreat, its gears purring like a stroked cat. Moonlight bleeds through the cracked face, painting a yellow trapezoid on the rotting door below. Your throat tightens, thinking of Granddad's mantel clock, silent since his funeral dust gathering in its hollow tick. This one's worse, hungry for time it can't name, chewing the minutes you've already lived. Wind fists the shed, and for 3 heartbeats, the whole thing sways, dangling the clock like a hanged man. Chains jangle, an angry chorus, as the shadow stain leaks past the edge, licking toward the nail that anchors this mess. Outside, the owl from the east trees screams, a skewer of sound. But the clock drowns it out, grinding louder, demanding your eyes return. So you always do, trapped in its sightless gaze. The missing hands press, phantom waits on your lids, dragging them down, while the gears chant, sleep, sleep, tomorrow's just a word we forgot to wind. Your gaze drops, escaping the clock's hollow stare, and lands on the floorboards below. Dark patches bloom between your boots, uneven petals from some enormous black rose pressed into wood. They say a cask burst here in 89, the year Emperor Franz Joseph's only son was found dead at Mayerling. 30 gallons of Egri by Caveir wept into pine, wine so thick they called it bull's blood, staining the grain forever. You crouch, fingertips brushing a splotch shaped like Slovakia, if Slovakia had teeth, marks along its borders. The stain feels warmer than the surrounding wood, as if the spilled wine still ferments underground. Someone tried scrubbing once. You spot brush scars near the doorway. But blood-red grapes hold their ground better than kings. Historians still argue whether the crown prince shot his mistress first, or if she begged him to aim true. Wind shudders the shed walls, stirring the smell of iron and spoiled fruit. That's the trick of old spills. They don't fade, they just change costumes. 1 minute, it's sacramental wine, the next, it's battlefield mud, then horse blood from a poorly butchered mare. Pressing your palm flat, you feel a faint throb, like a heartbeat under varnish. Probably just the creek underground, or your own pulse tricking you. Back in Budapest, tour guides swear these floors warp under moonlight to spell out royal secrets. 3 generations of vineyard hands kneeled here, scraping their knees raw to wipe up the mess. Grapes have long memories, storing grudges in their skins, waiting decades to loose their revenge through cellar walls. You shift your weight, and the boards groan, a chorus of dead workers cursing your boots. That sticky spot near the threshold isn't wine at all, but melted wax from Count Andrassi's funeral candle, or so the gardener's boy claimed before he vanished in 32, taking 5 silver spoons and a bridle with him. Moonlight catches the stains now, turning them violet at the edges, like fresh bruises. You notice tiny grooves in the wood, fingernail scratches from whoever slipped in the puddle that night. They say the foreman's wife danced here barefoot, drunk on spillage, her soles stained purple till Easter. Local winemakers once buried live roosters under fermentation vats to ensure a good vintage. A current of air snakes past your ankles, lifting dust into tiny tornadoes above the darkest stain. For half a breath, the dust forms a man's profile, nose hooked like Franz Joseph's on old coins, then shatters. Your knees protest as you rise, joints popping in Morse code, old, old, old. The floor seems to tilt, just slightly pulling your heels toward the stain's epicenter. Cellars breathe. They told you as a child, inhaling laughter, exhaling ghosts through floor cracks. That largest stain nearest the wall, they say, is where the vintner's daughter choked on a pip at 19. Some claim the wood still hums her unfinished wedding song, but all you hear is beetles gnawing in the walls. Shadows thicken, blurring the stains into a single dark continent across the floor. You shuffle sideways, avoiding the sticky patch, yet your heel catches anyway. The wood grips your soul hungry, as if the shed wants to taste your weight. Outside, the well's bucket clangs against stone, a hollow clunk that rolls into silence. The floor releases you grudging as you step toward the door. Stains glisten in your peripheral vision, pulsing like open veins. But when you turn your head, they're just old wine again, patient as poison. Wind dies suddenly, and in the stillness, you swear the boards whisper names: Magda, Istvan, Lajos, each syllable a splinter rising to prick your skin. Mold creeps between the planks, green-black lacework, older than your grandfather's war medals. You stamp your foot, testing, and the whole shed shivers, rattling that damned handless clock overhead. Your shadow stretches across the stains now, merging with their darkness, becoming part of the ruin. Dawn feels years away, if dawn still exists at all, and the floor's heat seeps through your boots, promising dreams better left unwatered. So you stand very still, breath held, listening to the stain's slow swallow. It licks at the moonlight, thirsty, always thirsty, waiting for the next spill. Your boot heel grinds into the floor's last stubborn wine stain. Then you turn toward the door. There, leaning against splintered wood, like patient sentries, stand two boots caked in dried mud. They rise past where your own knees would sit tall enough to wade through rivers, or sugarcane fields, or things Hungary hasn't seen since the Ottomans left. You crouch, peering at cracked leather that somehow hasn't rotted, though the shed's damp air eats everything else. The mud isn't right, too blue-gray, gritty with flakes of mica that shimmer like crushed beetles. It smells of wet rocks and lightning. Or maybe the museum basement where they keep Franz Joseph's hunting rifle behind glass. Historians still argue whether the emperor ever visited this valley or just collected taxes from it. Your fingertip brushes a crusted clod, and it crumbles into powder, brighter than paprika. Something glints inside, a sliver of bone-white ceramic maybe, from a teacup smashed at Mohawks when the Turks broke Christendom's spine. The mud doesn't match the vineyard's clay, too cool, too electric on your tongue when you dare a taste. These boots could drown a child, if a child were foolish enough to try them on. Wind whistles through the door crack, stirring dust, motes that settle on the left boot's toe. You imagine the night gardener stepping out of them centuries ago, his muddy socks leaving fungal footprints across the ceiling. Prague cobblestones wore down boots twice as fast as country soil. Or so the Cobblers' Guild complained in 1683. The right boot tilts slightly, revealing a nail wedged in its sole rusty as the lantern overhead. It's the kind of nail used on plague coffins, short and thick, to keep panicked fingers from lifting lids. You press it deeper with your thumb, and the boot sighs, leaking a single black beetle onto the floorboards. 3 crescent-shaped cuts scar the left shaft, claw marks from something taller than a wolf. Tour books swear Transylvanian forest guards wore boots this size to stomp vampire moles. But you're not buying it. Moonlight paints a silver stripe down both boots, catching on buckles tarnished beyond recognition. One strap dangles loose, chewed by moths, or a spiteful lover's teeth, the leather frayed like a hangman's rope. You pinch it between 2 fingers rough as bark beetles armor, and a faint buzz climbs your arm. Pressing your ear to the leather, you hear distant thunder, or maybe a cavalry charge frozen in time. The boots shudder just once, and a clump of alien mud plops onto your foot. Grandmother's ghost stories whispered of a gardener who tended tomatoes grafted onto graveyard ivy plants that bloomed with human teeth. She said his boots grew with each corpse he buried, soles thickening like calloused souls. You sniff the leather, catching hints of peat and worm casings, and something sweet beneath, rotten plums left too long in the sun. Local madmen once drank nightsel tea to balance their humors, and claimed visions of talking turnips. A draft snakes around your ankles, lifting the boot's rancid perfume into your nostrils. Memories flood in unwanted of childhood wells, and the heavy shoes they pulled from them, still holding feet that walked away from God. You shake your head hard, dislodging the image, and focus on a moth clinging to the right boot's cuff. Its wings beat twice, slow as a tired heart, before crumbling to ash. Kneeling, you trace the mud's crusted waves, each ridge a fossilized fingerprint. Country legend says the night gardener last walked during the Great Frost of 1729, when wine froze in barrels and shrews fell from trees like overripe figs. His boots, they say, left steaming prints in the ice, melting straight down to hell's wine cellars. A splinter pierces your palm, drawn out by the boot's silent gravity, and your blood beads black in the gloom. Both boots sway now, though no wind blows, their shadows stretching toward your throat. That's when you spot the laces, shredded to fibers, yet knotted in complex sailors, hitches no farmer would know. Pirate ships once prowled the Danube, their crews deserting to plant stolen grapes. But history books skip that spicy footnote. Your hand drifts toward the collar, where dark stains might be sweat, or peat bog slurry, or older fluids. The shed holds its breath, even the clock's dead gears pausing their mockery. Leather creaks soft as a coffin nail, yielding to worms as you brace to lift the left boot. It weighs less than expected, hollow as a birch trunk rotted from within. But the mud holds actual heft, 3 pounds, you guess, of dirt stolen from places no plow ever broke. That smell again, brine and burned hair, forcing tears down your wind-chapped cheeks. Men from Szeged swear they've seen these boots pacing midnight onion fields, leaving no prints, yet flattening crops in perfect circles. Sunlight would end this nonsense, but dawn's still 2 lies and a broken promise away. You set the boot down, gently afraid it might hiss, and run your thumb along its welt. The stitching glows faintly, calf gut threaded through needle holes precise as bullet wounds. Then you freeze. Something moves inside the boot, a dry shifting, like birch leaves skittering over stone. The right boot twitches, mimicking its twin toes, pointing toward the eastern wall where roots throttle the foundation. Windows rattle, or maybe your teeth do, as the scent of splitting oak barrels washes over you. Winemakers still debate whether ghost grapes grow sweeter in haunted soil, or if specters sour the terroir. You retreat 2 steps heels, kissing the wine-dark floorboards, as the boots settle back into their patient lean. Wind resumes its hymn through wall cracks, the moment broken. But the boot's presence lingers like musk. Outside, the well chain clinks, a reminder of other thirsts, other hungers. You imagine the night gardener returning at last, stepping barefoot through the door to reclaim his hollow leather shells. Would he use the nail-pierced sole to stomp your shadow underground? Your laugh sounds tinny, a poor defense against the BOOTS Chinese letter bulk. But it feels vital to mock them. Nice kicks, you tell the empty leather words dissolving like sugar in vinegar. Bet they don't sell those at the market. Only silence answers, rich and deep, the quiet of boot interiors, where feet once stewed in their own juices. You touch the cold buckle one last time, metal sucking heat from your fingertip before turning toward the door. The boots watch you leave, you feel it, their eyelets drilling into your spine like hungry augers. Dawn remains a rumor on the horizon, but those boots, they'll outlast every star in the sky. Your spine still tingles from the boot's hollow gaze as you back toward the center of the shed, floorboards groaning like arthritic knees. Above, where the thatch surrendered to rot centuries ago, a ragged hole opens to the sky's black throat. Stars wink through, cold and sharp as broken glass. Some fool hung dried corn there once to shield barley sacks from sunlight, but the mice ate those golden teeth long ago. Moonlight slants through the gap, cutting your shadow into puzzle pieces across the wine-stained floor. You tilt your head back, counting 7 sparks before the pattern unravels, constellations refusing to line up like drunkards after last call. Legends say Hungarian shepherds navigated by the sky wolf's paw, though you're pretty sure they just followed sheep dung trails. The ragged edge of the roof hole glows silver, lichen crusting its splintered wood like frozen lace. 30 years back, some optimist patched it with a rusted chicken feeder, leaving a crescent of night still visible. A bat flits past, wingtips kissing the hole's rim, its silhouette a dart thrown at God's dartboard. Darkness pools thicker here, the kind that soaks into your collarbones and whispers forgotten arithmetic. 3 stars vanish, blinked out like snuffed candle flames, then reappear 15 heartbeats later. Your neck cramps, but you keep staring, waiting for the trick to repeat. Hungarian astronomers once charted comets from Buda Castle towers, quill pens freezing in their inkwells. Their records claim starlight could cure gout if caught in a silver spoon during the winter solstice. You snort, breath fogging, wondering if they also bottled that snake oil for tourists. Wind sighs through the hole, carrying the scent of high places, thin air, and stone dust. Bone-deep cold seeps into your scalp, as if the void above sucks warmth like a vampire's kiss. You flex your fingers, counting knuckles to stay grounded, but the stars pull harder. One particularly bright speck pulses, rhythmic as a telegraph key, tapping out celestial gossip. Local tales call it Little's Candle, after a shepherd who traded his flock for star charts and schnapps. Historians still argue whether Renaissance star maps accurately marked Gamma Draconis or confused it with tavern lanterns. Your eyes water, blinking away phantom streaks, until Polaris doubles, then triples in your vision. Focusing hurts, like squinting at snowfields under noon sun. But darkness serves richer details. Nebulae smear across your peripheral sight, gray webs. Even the ancients couldn't spin into bear-shaped myths. A shooting star scribbles a white line west to east, quick as a knife slash through canvas, too fast for wishing. But you try anyway, mumbling something about vintage Takagi wine. The farmhands in Edger swore falling stars were angels dropping coins, payment for guarding heaven's gates. Pigeons rustle in the rafters, their coos dribbling down like overcooked noodles. One feather drifts, twisting, landing on your eyelash before spiraling to the floor. Rotgut cologne hit your nose before the owl does, barreling through the roof hole in a silent gray blur. Its talons snatch a sparrow midair, leaving only drifting down as evidence. The stars seem brighter now, harsher, since the owl's passage cleaned the air. You count 9 visible pins of light, no 10. But counting feels pointless as naming rain droplets. Budapest's light pollution smudges the horizon southward. 80 miles of midnight, highway glowing like a burnt matchstick. Something skitters across the roof, claws on weathered wood, probably pine martens hunting gypsy moths. Shadows shift as it passes, stars dimming and flaring like a failing neon sign. Your nape prickles, imagining yellow eyes peering down. But when you look, only the indifferent cosmos stares back. An old communist radio telescope once spotted Hungarian green peppers in deep space, radar echoes mistaken for alien Morse code. Turns out it was just solar flares bouncing off satellite debris. But conspiracists still brew mushroom tea over that story. You lower yourself onto a mildewed barley sack, plush as concrete, still tilted toward the sky. Wood smoke drifts in from some distant farmhouse chimney, mixing with the stars' metallic scent. Breathing deep, you taste comet dust and diesel fumes, an unholy cocktail for this altitude. 3 stars blink in unison, a code you lack the cipher to crack, but your nerves jangle anyway. City folk forget real darkness eats noise, swallows footsteps, erases the borders between skin and air. Here night isn't absence, it's a substance, thick and deliberate as church wine. Your thumb finds the splinter wound from the wine-stained floorboards, now scabbed over pressing, until pain flares bright behind your eyes. When you reopen them, the stars smear like wet paint, liquid silver, dripping across the roof hole's edges. Vodka might explain this, but you're stone sober unless mouse droppings ferment into something potent. Wine growers debate whether phases of the moon affect fermentation, or if it's peasant superstition dressed in lab coats. A chill creeps up your calves, the kind that lingered after the last Ottoman siege, seeping into citadel stones. You pull your coat tighter, fabric stiff with dried mud and something worse. Stars pulse overhead, steady as an interrogation lamp, until you close your eyes for relief. Eyelids offer no escape. The afterimage glows, a negative of the sky, black stars on a white field burning into your retinas. Pre-Christian Magyars painted star maps on their dead, backing them toward the afterlife like reverse parking. Only 2 such burial sites survived Vatican bonfires, their constellations defying modern charts. Wind rises, whining through the roof hole, playing the ragged edges like a drunken flutist. Starlight flickers, not from clouds, but dust devils swirling 40 feet up. Blinking rapidly, you seek patterns again, Big Dipper, Orion's belt, anything familiar. Instead, you get a Rorschach test in reverse, white splatters on infinite black velvet. Your brain strains, imposing a plow here, a fish there, but the shapes dissolve like sugar in rain. Someone nailed an iron horseshoe above the whole centuries ago to guard against storm witches, now rusted to a skeletal grin. You laugh soft and raspy, startling a rat into zigzag flight across the floor. Wasted effort, you tell the horseshoe voice, swallowed by the shed's hungry silence. Witches prefer indoor plumbing these days. No echo answers, just the steady drip of condensation from the black cat's treaty ledge. The roof hole gapes wider as your eyes adjust, edges blurred by starlight refraction. Vertigo tugs at your knees, that endless fall upward into frozen fire. Science claims it takes starlight millennia to reach Earth, meaning some overhead sparks died before pharaohs commissioned their first pyramid. Tonight you're catching cosmic ghosts in your retinal nets, a cemetery tour without the pesky tombstones. Buta's 3 stars align suddenly, not in a row, but a perfect triangle winking lazily. Your breath hitches, pulse drumming, yearning to assign meaning to the geometry. Then, a wandering satellite bisects them, chemical burner gleaming, an uninvited party guest crashing the orgy. Historians still argue whether our pod's Magyars used stars or wolf tracks to cross the Carpathians. Not that it matters now. Numbness spreads, toes first, then fingertips, as frigid air pools around you. Standing feels dangerous, like the floor might fall away, plummeting you into the sky's hungry maw. You shuffle sideways instead, boots scuffing wine stains, until your back hits the eastern wall. From here, the roof hole frames a different slice of heaven, fewer stars, but a broader darkness. The Milky Way's arm emerges, faint as a derelict bride's veil, dust and gas pretending to be lace. You remember 8th grade astronomy, galactic cores, and spiral arms, all reduced to this smudged ribbon tonight. Grandmother called this star river Isin Falioja, God's river, claiming drowned souls surfaced there as gold coins. She fished one from the Tisza once, minted in Vienna, 1 year before Franz Ferdinand's skull caught that bullet. Clouds arrive unannounced, wool gray and low, smothering half the visible sky. The remaining stars burn fiercer, cornered animals fighting extinction. Your legs tremble, muscles protesting the cold and stillness, but moving feels like surrender. A meteorite crater near Visanto holds enough iron to forge cannons for the next rebellion. Not that anyone's rebelling these days. Darkness swells, filling the shed like rising floodwater, until even the roof hole blurs at the edges. You count breaths now, not stars, each exhalation a ghost abandoning ship. The owl returns, wings snapping like wet laundry in wind, its silhouette blocking the stars like an eclipse. Then silence, or close enough. Rodent teeth gnawing somewhere far below, wood contracting, blood thumping through your ears. The stars resume their patient indifference. Cool rocks circling a mediocre sun in a forgettable suburb of infinity. You let your shoulders slump, finally, releasing constellations and patterns like unspent coins. Dawn remains a fraud on the eastern horizon, but these stars, they've already won the waiting game. Cold bites deeper, the kind that bypasses flesh and chews marrow, but you've stopped shivering. Above the roof hole yawns, stretching wider in your peripheral vision, a pupil dilating to swallow the world. You close your eyes, not to sleep, but to feel the stars' imprint on your lids, temporary tattoos for midnight's children. Wind dies as if holding its breath, and in that stillness, you almost hear them sing. The wind arrives as the stars fade, not gentle, but insistent as a stray cat scratching at the door. It finds every crack in these warped wooden walls, humming through gaps like a mouth harp played by frost giants. You pull your coat tighter, fabric rasping against your ears as the drafts map your spine with icy fingers. This particular gust carries tunes stolen from 100 campfires. Nomadic Magyar laments melted with wolf pack howls. Archaeologists found bone flutes near Szeged, carved from mammoth tusks 12,000 years back. Their notes still haunt tavern fiddles after the 3rd round of palinka. A low whistle curls around the shed's northwest corner, sharpening to the pitch of a dentist's drill. Dust devils spin in the doorway, kicking up barley husks and mouse turds, a swirling galaxy of shed debris. You taste grit on your tongue an earthy cocktail of vineyard soil and forgotten sins. The rafters creak, straining like ship masts in a storm, though outside the poplars barely shiver. Local lore claims winds here remember arguments, replaying shouted words from the 1848 revolution during thunderstorms. Last autumn, a Prague folklorist recorded what sounded like death to Habsburgs. In a gale near Sopron, his gear, mysteriously fried by morning, something rattles loose, a rusty hinge or buried bottle tinkling like a drunkard's pocket change. The black cat's treaty dissolves as it bolts through its wall hole, fur bristling, leaving you alone with the walls groan. Your ribs ache where the wind presses, not painful, but insistent as a lover's elbow in sleep. An especially fierce gust slams the east wall, making the well's secret keeping chime 30 paces away. You've heard Budapest's subway winds howl through tunnels, but this rural breath feels older, hungrier, as if gnawing through time itself. Historians still argue whether Arpad's warriors rode winds or horses across the Carpathian basin. Honestly, does it matter either way? The night gardener's empty boots rock slightly by the door, caked mud crumbling like cheap cake frosting. Wind snakes up their hollow legs, emerging as a mournful wheeze from the tops. Austrian clockmakers once built pipe organs activated by wind, their pipes stuffed with propaganda leaflets during the 56 uprising. Your scalp prickles as another draft lifts the hair at your nape, smelling now of distant river fog and rotting pumpkins. It hisses through the roof hole, distorting the stars into quivering smears, then drops suddenly. Silence follows, thick as monastery honey, broken only by your pulse fluttering in your eardrums. You press 3 fingers to the shed wall, feeling vibrations thrum through ancient oak beams. This wood remembers axes, remembers sap, remembers holding up grape-heavy vines before the blight of 22. The wind returns softer now, humming a nursery rhyme your grandmother half sang while kneading dough. Scholars found 16th century prayer books with musical notation scribbled in margins. Folk tunes bishops deemed too saucy for Sunday Mass. One melody matches the wind's current drone, a courting song implying shepherds enjoyed more than sheep herding on lonely hills. The cold nips your knuckles, turning them choir boy pink as you tuck hands into armpits. Wind teases the dried herbs overhead, rustling sage into a whispered argument with time. 3 shriveled leaves break free, drifting down like defeated surrender flags, landing in the wine stains at your feet. A rogue gust slips under your collar, sending a shiver chain down to your tailbone. It carries the faintest wail, maybe a distant train, maybe a lynx mourning the moon. There's a village near Kexkamate where windstorms always unearth porcelain fragments, tiny teacups no living potter claims to have made. Leaning into the gale now, face tilted like a satellite dish, you catch notes within notes. A rasp of dry grass, a sizzle of pine sap, the ghost of a sea sardaw's violin throttled mid-dance. Your breath sinks to the rhythm, exhales puffing white despite July's false promises. Suddenly, it pivots, slamming the western wall so hard the clock, without hands, shudders on its nail. Gears inside grind, spitting dust, as if protesting this rude awakening. Wind sucks back out through the cracks, leaving your ears popping like you've plunged 10 stories in an elevator. The shed exhales, windows rattling as pressure equalizes. Your own lungs follow suit, breath escaping in a whoosh that fogs the air before you. For 5 whole seconds, stillness reigns, broken only by a single pine needle skittering across the floorboards. Then, the grand finale, a swirling micro-tornado erupts in the doorway. It hoists hay scraps and owl pellets, spinning them into a miniature dirt devil before collapsing at the threshold. A solitary feather floats where the vortex died, stolen from some dazed chicken 3 farms over. Wind's fingers retreat now, just breezy sighs combing through the vineyard rows outside. Your ribs unclench the butcher's hook, gentling into a baker's whisk. Even the well's secret keeping falls silent, its dark water smoothing over like a liar's smile. Someone maybe you hummed along without realizing. The tune lingers, half memory, half invention, like a folk song learned in dreams. Dawn remains hours off, but the wind has spent its fury, leaving only shivery echoes in the toolshed corners. You press your palm flat against the eastern wall, still humming. The wood hums back resonant as a cello string, vibrations rising through your arm bones. For 1 heartbeat, it's a duet. Then the breeze dies, and the shed forgets its voice again. The floorboards sigh under you, not with age this time, but something nudging from below. You freeze, sock-clad feet registering vibrations too slow for footsteps, too steady for pause. A sound rises, not the well's echo or mice, but the wet crunch of soil being parted behind the seed sacks. A hairline crack bloomed earlier, tonight now gapes wide as a hangnail. Darkness pulses within, not empty, but thick with movement unseen. Something moist gleams down there, root tips glistening with fresh earth sweat. Oak roots, Bela III would recognize them. That 12th century king passed laws protecting ancestral trees. His scribes noting oaks hold up heaven and anchor dead king's bones. These particular tendrils remember axes swinging in 1242, when Mongol smoke blotted the sun for days. You crouch, ear pressed to splintered wood, and hear it, a faint tap-tap, roots knuckling stone, like prisoners testing dungeon walls. Barley sacks tilt as the floor bulges, creating a miniature hill your toes instinctively retreat from. Heat wafts up through the crack, unsettling for July. Shouldn't underground be cooler, but decomposition works year-round, decaying leaves and beetle husks, fueling this slow ascent. Someone, likely drunk, swore they saw roots writhe like eels during the '56 earthquake near Edgar. The local paper blamed Russian artillery vibrations. A bulge near the wall splits a floorboard cleanly, revealing ivory-colored wood beneath decades of grime. The root probing through resembles a blind worm, pale and purposeful, its tip coated in slime that smells faintly of iron. Historians still argue whether medieval Hungarians buried warrior heroes beneath oaks or just hung their skulls from branches. Splinters rain like dirty confetti as another board crests upward. The root thickens, knotting itself into a gnarled fist, then stills. Breathing feels rude somehow, as if interrupting some arboreal ritual. Even the black cat, usually indifferent, stares from its hole, with pupils blown wide. Pressure builds in your knees from crouching, but standing seems equally dangerous. The floor now resembles a relief map of the Carpathians, mountain ranges of warped wood and shadowed valleys. One particularly ambitious root has reached the wine-stained petal from 89. The spilled vintage, now feeding something beyond grapevines. You recall Greytant, Alona's remedy for invasive willows. Pour salt and piss down their holes at moonrise. Whether it worked or the trees pitied her, no one recorded. These roots seem beyond such folk cures, driven by deeper hungers. 3 knotholes weep amber sap, sweet sour, as spoiled apricots. It wasn't sap, but resin that killed St. Laszlo's favorite hound, the beast chewing a cursed pine until its jaws glued shut. A sticky strand dangles near your knee, tempting fate and dry cleaning bills. The shed's foundations groan, a deeper rumble than earlier, stones grinding against roots armored in time. Mice flee through fresh gaps, their underground highways collapsing. One pauses, nose twitching at the oak invader, then vanishes into the wall's wainscoting. Sheet moss spreads where dampness seeps through cracks, emerald fuzz, softening the floor's rebellion. It feels spongy, under your probing finger, alive, in a way cultivated lawns never achieve. Budapest City Park has a moss map tracing spores back to the Ottoman siege. This batch seems freshly enlisted. Around you, roots pause, as if listening. Wind dies. No, it's holding its breath. Only your heartbeat thrums now, syncopated, irregular, as a Sango folk drum solo. Dust motes freeze midair, witnesses to whatever happens next. The largest root, thumb-thick and rutted, like old leather, brushes your abandoned boot. Leather creaks as tendon-like fibers explore the laces, testing, analyzing. For a mad moment, you consider leaving the boot as tribute. Let the shed reclaim one piece of modern arrogance. Then, release. Roots slump as pressure equalizes, listing sideways like drunkards after last call. The floor settles, not flat, but reshaped. New ridges cradle your soul's custom topography, worn smooth by tomorrow's steps. Oak's work here is done, for now, its message delivered in braille. Only stones understand. Cool air rises through fresh fissures, carrying the scent of deep soil, untouched by plow or grave. Exhaustion hits deeper than wind shivers as your vertebrae realign with this contested ground. Dawn's false alarm will come soon enough, this night's truce holding, just barely. Your eyelids weigh more than church bells now, each blink slower, sticking at half-mast. Across the shed, the candle that wasn't lit gleams without flame. Wax frozen mid-cascade down the stool's crooked leg. Its shape recalls a saint's hardened tears, or maybe just dribbled candle wax from that time you tried aromatherapy in college. The pooled wax at the base holds shadows differently deeper, swallowing what little moonlight leaks through the roof hole. Budapest's first candle guild formed in 1390. Their tallow mixes guarded closer than crown jewels. This one smells of old honeycomb, beeswax from hives long since drowned in the Tisza's spring floods. You trace the wick with your eyes, charred black, but unburned for decades. Why didn't someone light it? Too high, too sacred. Your great uncle swore beeswax candles snuffed plague vapors, then died coughing blood in 47 anyway. The wax glints faintly trapped starlight or wishful thinking, casting phantom shapes on the wall behind it. 3 drips near the top form a perfect triangle, a geometry joke only math teachers would chuckle at. Lean closer. It sweats a ghostly scent, honeysuckle and tomb dust. Someone, probably Aunt Margit, claimed melted saint candles could cure warts if applied during a crescent moon. The wart would vanish, along with your sense of smell for a week. Your finger hovers over a drip, cooler than the July air, yet sticky as remorse. Historians still argue whether King Matthias used beeswax or cow fat candles during his famed Black Army night marches. The debate rages in journals no one reads. Over coffee, no one drinks. Dust motes swirl where the candle's warmth should rise, forming lazy spirals without heat to lift them. One lands on the wax, sinking slow, like a soul drowning in meringue. You half expect the wick to spark, summoned by attention, but silence holds. From the corner, the cat's tail twitches, its gaze fixed on the candle's non-glow. Superstition says unlit candles draw spirits who fear fire, an open invitation for chilly guests. A draft licks your neck, too deliberate for summer coincidence, wearing a shit-eating grin. That waxy bulge halfway down resembles Croatia. If Croatia melted and forgot its coastline, your 6th grade geography teacher would weep or demand brandy. The stool leg wears the wax like a stocking runny, and uneven, hiding woodworm scars underneath. Rumor claims a candle burned here for 90 nights straight in 1526, guiding Mohawk survivors fleeing Ottoman swords. No proof exists, just village tales half fermented like bad palinka. Still, your scalp prickles imagining flames reflected in mud-caked armor. 3 knotholes stare from the wall behind the candle, dark pupils in splintered sockets. Their gaze feels heavier now, judging your skeptical smirk. You shift. The stool creak echoes louder than it should, an old house's passive-aggressive cough. Moonlight slants, striking the wax waterfall's edge. For a breath, it glows honey gold. No, that's That's your retinas begging for sleep's mercy. The illusion fades, leaving cheap parlor tricks and disappointment. Wind sneaks through the roof hole, teasing the wick. It doesn't sway, doesn't even tremble. Resolve of this caliber could have stopped the Mongol advance, or at least improved your gym attendance. Your cheek presses the workbench, grain lines, mapping old wood's biography. The candle blurs, doubles, then shakes itself back to singularity. Sleep's edging closer, dragging a sack of dreams you didn't order. Dawn's first lie graze the east window, too tentative to wake the roosters. The candle remains a sentry, forgetting why it stands guard, its vigil as pointless as it is eternal. Motes settle like snow on wax, burial shroud for light that never was. You close your eyes, not to sleep, but to see if its afterimage stays burned where memories drowse. It does. Your eyes drift open not from sound, but from the dry scrape against glass. Leafless stems tap the west window, knucklebones clicking on a frostless pane. They came from cuttings nobody remembers planting, thornless and stubborn, twisted like cursive signatures in your grandma's attic letters. Each branch wears bark like ash-gray scar tissue, grooved too deep for such young wood. Historians know the Ottomans brought new grape strains here during their 150-year rule. Muscat of Alexandria, Samaline vines that outlasted empires. These belong to no vineyard ledger, no monk's gardening diary. The longest stem traces a symbol, a wobbly spiral over the dusty glass. Impossible, you think, yet your neck hairs lift like keys on a haunted piano. Folklore claims certain vines grow where suicides are buried, sucking whispers from the soil to scratch at windows. You hope it's just dehydration or that third slice of kielbasa before bed. Another branch joins the tapping, faster now, like a telegraph operator sending Morse code for boredom. Rattle, pause, you mimic the rhythm with your thumbnail on the bench until the similarity chills you. Wine historians still argue whether Teleki vines descend from Roma smuggled cuttings or St. Martin's missionary clippings. Both sides cite moldy parchments found in wine cellar walls. Moonlight catches a tendril, revealing whip-thin stems grafted at odd angles. No blade marks, no twine fossils, just seamless merges where species shouldn't blend. A mainstream botany text would call this impossible. Yet your skepticism drowns as another tap drills into your right temple. You rise, knees popping like champagne corks, crossing the 12 creaking floorboards to the window. Cold radiates through the glass, June warmth losing to something older. The scratches aren't random. They sketch circles inside squares, arrows piercing wavy lines. Outside, no roots pierce the soil, just stems merging directly with the shed's oak plank wall, like the wood birthed them, or they petrified mid-sprout. A fringe French horticulturist once claimed vines could hybridize with buildings, documenting a chateau's living cellar that fermented wine inside its own walls. Colleagues called him mad. Then 8 barrels vanished through wooden mouths during a tasting. You touch the glass, fingerprint fogging the nearest vine's path. It recoils, slithering back an inch, then resumes tapping with double-speed irritation. Fine, berate the messenger. Your breath fades, showing new symbols beneath your smudge, overlapping crescents, a shape like a broken horseshoe, maybe a lunar eclipse warning. A memory tugs, Granddad drunkenly describing wine witch vines after losing his 62 Merlot crop. They steal language. He'd slurred, stabbing the table with a fork. Roots slurp up old arguments, then scribble them at night on whatever's handy. You chalked it up to the homemade palinka. But now, the shed groans, a beam shifting, or the walls digesting stalks. No draft explains the sudden reek of turned earth and sour wine. Historians still debate if Hungary's 1670 blood grape revolt happened near here. Peasants drowning tacksmen in fermentation vats. Records burnt. But locals whisper about vines near Haji Ace that bled dark sap each August. One particularly bold stem nudges the window latch, rust flakes snowing onto its tip. It hesitates, vibrating, as if listening for your pulse. The black cat stretches by the hay pile, watching with detached amusement. See, that feline smirk suggests. You keep sticking around for these sideshows. Another clatter of wood on glass, impatient now, like a waiter rattling dessert forks. You trace a crescent symbol with your own fingernail pressing until the old pane winds. The vines freeze mid-tap, every stem angled toward your hand. Then all motion ceases. For 3 breaths, only wind threading through roof thatch. Just as you lean closer, every branch snaps upward, slapping the glass like skeletal fingers, drumming a coffin lid. The violence makes you stumble back, foot crushing dried sage into powder. They recoil, then press flat against the pane, outlines blurring into shadowy veins. Your heartbeat trips over itself, dehydrated adrenal glands squawking like geese. The cat grooms its paw, performance review complete. Moonlight shifts, projecting the vine's patterns onto the floor, distorted shapes, elongating towards the stool with frozen wax. You follow the shadows. They stop at a loose floorboard near the door jamb, one you've ignored for months. The message, if it is one, could be coincidence. The tapping resumes, gentler now, softer than moth wings on moth wings. A quarter century ago, workers renovating Buda Castle found vine roots knitted through a secret room's plaster. Between roots, gold coins and a lute string, but no entry door, just walls grown shut. Authorities declared it a hoax, too romantic for textbooks. Your curiosity wrestles your survival instinct, a familiar cage match where both fighters are drunk. You lower yourself, eye level, with the vine's trembling dance. Their rhythm sinks to the clock's dead gears, that ceaseless grinding counting what? The scratches form letters now maybe, if you squint and tilt your head. Not Cyrillic, not Latin, more like Viking runes after 3 espressos. That one's a definite K, or a pitchfork missing prongs. The next resembles a snake digesting a football, no language you recognize. You catch a faint vibration, like a tuning fork struck inside a pillow, as the stems etch deeper into glass dust. Acoustics experts would call it resonance. Shaman pamphlets might call it earth song frequency. Grandma called it the tone that makes your teeth hollow. A knot pops in the wall loud as a pistol shot, sending splinters skating across the floor. The vines whip back, cowering against the windowsill, dark sap oozing from snapped tips. The sap reeks of fermented plums and wet dog fur. Half a joke about terrible cologne dies on your tongue. Then quiet, not silence, but absence deeper than quiet. Even the breeze pauses, holding stolen air like a smuggled watch. The cat's ears swivel south at attention, though nothing moves there. After 20 breaths, the vines uncurl, slow, watchful, resuming their delicate tapping. Tap, pause, tap, tap. You rub crust from your lashes, wondering when the room temperature dropped. Your exhale hangs visible, brief fog, writing its own ghost script in the air. The symbols seem clearer now, hovering between shadow and glass. They might spell mare, Hungarian for where, or just your fried brain seeing patterns in chaos. Outside, the first hint of false dawn bleeds into the sky's eastern hem, gray and unconvincing. The vines retract, sliding from view, as shadows retreat up the wall, their nightly message withdrawn. You sink back onto the bench, pressing the splintered wood grain. Only scratches remain, pale claw marks glinting in the weak light, cryptic, but perhaps kinder than truth. The shed exhales, warm now, its secrets folded back under floorboards like yellowed love letters. Tomorrow, maybe you'll pry up that loose plank beneath the door jamb, or forget, dismissing tonight as bad cheese dreams and midnight whimsy. Sleep's fingers finally hook under your ribs, dragging you down into velvet. The last thing you hear isn't vines, but the faintest creak, like roots stretching awake beneath the shed. As if something underground is listening. Your hand drifts toward the hay pile, fingers combing through brittle stalks, matted with decades of dust and mouse nests. Something cold hides under the fluff, sharp as a lie in a love letter. You dig deeper, palms scraping rotted wood beneath, until metal meets skin. Not a nail or buckle, but a ring, its band tarnished black under gritty silt. 3 heartbeats pass before your thumb finds the stone frosted crimson, like a drop of wine dried darker than blood. The shed seems to lean closer, breath held, as you wipe grime away with your sleeve. Silverwork twists like grapevines, knotting around a cabochon the size of a raven's pupil. Historians know 15th century Hungarian nobles favored such bloodstone rings, believed to steady shaking hands during treaty signings. This one feels heavier, fuller, weighted beyond mere silver and mineral. Moonlight angles through the roof hole, catching a crest engraved inside the band. Letters swim in your vision, maybe an E and B entwined, maybe mere scratches from years under hay. Only noblewomen wore inscribed jewels back, then proof against thieves, forging inheritance claims. You sniff it against better judgment, getting whiffs of tarnished metal and old cellar musk, not a trace of perfume, just the ghost of loam and something like burnt hair. The black cat shifts, ears flat, rubbing its flank against the nearest post. A warning or feline jealousy over new playthings. Inside the cabochon, darkness swirls, liquid, yet solid, swallowing light, like a pike gulping minnows. You tilt it, watching veins of burgundy shift, like sediment in wine. The stone pulses faintly, might be your own thumb's blood pressure, or might not. A story surfaces, Granddad's friend muttering about a countess who lost her wedding ring in a barn, twisted twice. He'd wheezed between palinka sips, and hear your doom preached backwards in Latin. Teenage you rolled your eyes, now adult you hesitates, with thumb on stone. Hungarian jewelers once cut bloodstones to magnify candlelight, said to reveal hidden enemies in their flicker. Mainstream records say it was parlor trick optics, glass impurities, bending flames. This stone shows nothing, just your distorted reflection, chin shadowed and eyes cavernous. The band fits your pinky snug, unnatural for a woman's ring, as if resizing itself. Cold seeps into the bone, a marrow-deep chill no summer night justifies. Historians still argue whether bloodstones were magnate heirlooms or tools for witches sealing pacts with vineyard spirits. Both sides cite moldy court transcripts from the Vizsla rebellion trials. 2 quick spins, a nervous twitch before you catch yourself. The stone moves smoother than geology allows, like greased gears clicking twice. No Latin whispers, just a sigh against your left ear, wet and close. You whirl, finding empty air and dust motes swirling where no breeze reaches. The cat flees through its wall hole, a black streak trailing disapproval. Then a thump beneath the floorboards, something heavy rolling slow, wood groaning. You press your ear to the planks, hearing pebbles. No beads, maybe a rosary dragged across damp stone. The ring burns suddenly white hot, even as your finger stays pale and unblistered. You yank it off, watching it melt your night's breath into steam where it lands. It stops rolling, jewel up, grinning like a tiny cyclops. The crest glints clearer now, forged to mimic the house of Nadesdi heraldry, but frayed at the edges. The real family's crest boasted wolves. This shows something mangy, rat-tailed, unsettling. Did Countess Bathory own this? Or a maid who pinched it, then panicked? Scholarly texts claim the blood countess possessed 47 rings, all confiscated after her arrest. Not one matched this sickly crimson stone, but records burned in the 1720s castle fire. Your thigh itches. You scratch, fingernails meeting ridges under fabric. 5 raised lines, parallel like claw marks from a tiny beast. Not present this morning, now throbbing faintly as arthritic knuckles before rain. A lesser-known myth whispers of vineyard wedding rings cursed bands given to mistresses by married vineyard lords. Twist them thrice, folks said, and see your rival's death in the stone's depths. Possible poisoner propaganda, or the peculiar Hungarian blend of romance and cyanide. A draught snakes up your spine, carrying the scent of lye soap and rotting petals. The hay pile rustles behind you empty, but for field mice. Your joints ache, a stiffness deep as rust in neglected hinges. Dawn's first lie bleeds gray through the window, yet the ring's shadow stretches unnatural, long as sunset in August. Its silhouette resembles a hanged man, twisting just once, not twice, before dissolving into floorboard cracks. You pocket the ring, a suspicious lump over your thigh, weighing half as much as regret. The shed exhales dust, and disapproval walls creaking like an old woman shifting her secrets. Sleep threatens, weighted and sticky as spider silk. That's when you notice them, fresh scratches on the nearest wooden beam, like a hasty carving, still oozing splinters, too bold for rodent teeth. 5 straight lines, then 5 more angled across, not Cyrillic, not runes, just a child's drawing of a dead tree, or maybe a family tree, roots dangling nooses. A humming begins, so low it rattles your back teeth, coming from beneath the floorboards you won't lift. The ring seems to answer, vibrating gently, a predator, purring at prey behind glass. You count backwards from 10, granddad's cure for panic. But Hungarian sounds wrong in reverse. Numbers tangle, a harem becoming maher, a word your bones seem to recognize. The ring warms again, not scalding, welcoming like whiskey down a chilled throat. Its burnished silver winks, promising nothing and everything. Somewhere, a woman laughs, the sound echoing from the well outside, or deeper. Historians agree noblewomen used poison rings. Yet they fight bitterly over jewel meanings. Was bloodstone a warning or mercy? You flip the ring thrice, wondering if poison ivy feels this before the rash blooms. Dawn pales, then rethinks its timing, draining back into night's soggy ink. The shed settles into its bones, floor sinking that crucial inch deeper toward forgotten things. You'll toss the ring down the well at first light, or bury it under the oldest vine, or lose it on purpose. But for now, it nestles in your pocket, pulsing thrice per sluggish heartbeat, singing soft hymns to the itch on your leg. Something, not wind, not mouse, scurries under the stool with the frozen candle. It knows where you hid the ring. It approves. The scratching resumes, not angry, just persistent, counting down till your next mistake. You creep toward the well 30 paces west, boots dragging through dew-heavy grass that soaks your cuffs. Moonlight skids off the stone rim, its curved lip worn smooth by centuries of elbows and secrets. The Hungarian poet Versmarty once wrote about wells like this, calling them throats to the underearth. 13 confirmed Ottoman era wells still stand in this region, left behind during their brutal 16th century occupation. This one feels older, darker, like it predates maps and borders. Leaning over the edge, you smell wet limestone and something else, mossy, almost sweet. Not decay exactly, more like rain-soaked hymn books forgotten in a crypt. The water's surface shines black, oil-slick, reflecting no stars, no moon, just your hunched silhouette. A hum rises, so low it thrums in your molars first, then climbs to your ears. Not the groan of shifting stones, nor frogs croaking love songs to mud, but a tune, half remembered, the melody your mother hummed while kneading dough before the fever stole her voice and memory. You drop a pebble counting heartbeats until the splash. 5, 6, 7, the sound arrives, a wet slap swallowed instantly by silence. Historians still argue whether old wells truly amplify sound, or if our minds invent echoes to fill the dark. The humming swells, now recognizable, a lullaby from your childhood called Hullo Silag, falling star. Its notes warble, stretching like wax over a flame, playing 5 tones too low for any human throat. The black cat watches from the shed doorway, green eyes narrowed, paws planted like a disapproving judge. A chill crawls up your arms. No wind tonight, just the still air of mid-July. The tune loops, slightly faster now, and you realize it's missing the third verse, the one about lost sheep returning home. Did your mother forget that part too? Or did the well steal it? Leaning closer, your palms grip cold stone, peering into water as thick as ink. The humming vibrates through the well's sides up your fingers into wrists. Below, something shifts, round and pale, the size of a duck's egg, sinking deeper as you stare. Folklore claims certain wells connect to underground rivers, flowing straight to the afterlife's waiting room. Locals whisper about St. Laszlo's well near Edger, where dropping breadcrumbs summons carp with human eyes. This well offers no carp, just vibrations, and a tune that makes your fillings ache. You hum back 2 notes, a nervous test. The water ripples not from sound, but something breaking its surface from beneath. 3 bubbles rise, pop leaving the scent of wet wool and sour cherries. The Hungarian word for nightmare lidarcy flicks through your mind, named for flame-like demons said to haunt marshes and wells. The humming shifts key, gaining words in a language mashed between Hungarian and Latin. Only one phrase comes clear, ego shemek, burning eyes. Your mother certainly never sang that. The black cat hisses, a sound like steam escaping a kettle, then vanishes into shadows. Cold seeps through your kneecaps. You've sunk to the ground without realizing, pebbles biting through fabric. The ring in your pocket throbs once, in time with the well's pulse, itching those 5 phantom scratches on your thigh. Dawn's gray smear hesitates on the horizon, a shy guest, unsure of the party. You press your forehead to the well's rim, stone so cold it sticks to skin. Silence falls abrupt, leaving only the drip-drip from last week's rain trembling in the moss. When you stand, knees cracking, the well hums one last phrase, the melody rising like steam. It floats toward Baja, where the Danube curves wide, or maybe Komaram, the fortress towns split down the middle by modern borders. Your tongue tastes metallic, like you've licked a battery, or swallowed a ghost sigh. The shed door creaks, inviting, fake nonchalant, as you walk back through grass whispering against your shins. The well's song follows, not through air, but through your souls, earth transmitting its vibrations step by step. Inside the shed, the candle that wasn't lit seems to glow, just for a blink, then returns to being wax and shadow. You count 11 heartbeats, waiting, before scratching resumes under the floorboards, rhythmic now, keeping perfect time with the tune in your bones. One thing's sure, you won't be tossing that ring down there after all. You press the ring deeper into your pocket, its tarnished silver warm against your thigh now, and slump onto the shed's lone stool. Outside, the east blushes a hesitant peach, like a shy bride changing her mind at the altar. For 10 breaths, maybe 12, the horizon glows with weak promise. Then the color drains, slinking back to gray, as if scolded. No sun today, just the sourceless light of a candle under a blanket. Across Hungarian farmlands, roosters keep their beaks clamped shut, wise to false starts. Those birds know better than to trust dawns, coy little fake-outs. In medieval times, peasants tied roosters inside darkened barrels to reset their internal clocks, fooling them into crowing at midnight like feathered alarm systems. It never worked. The birds always knew. A damp chill creeps through cracks in the wall, kissing the back of your neck. The kind of cold that smells like wet mittens and disappointment. You pull your collar up, fingers brushing the 5 scratches below your ribs. Still tender days later, the wine-stained floorboards seem darker now, spreading like spilled ink around your boots. Is that a trick of the dying twilight, or a failure of nerve? Underneath you, the scratching pauses, as if the mice appreciate the false dawn's performance. Historians still argue whether ancient timekeepers divided pre-dawn hours by frog croaks, candle burns, or pure guesswork. 300 years ago, a scholar near Debrecen claimed to invent a rooster-powered sundial. The town laughed him into the Tisza River, drenched but undeterred. Your eyelids grow heavier, sandbags dragging towards sleep's velvet curtain. The shed's single window frames a sky the color of dishwater left overnight. Not gray, not blue, just the shade boredom would wear if bottled. Maori legends say false dawns happen when the sun god's wife briefly lifts her skirt, then thinks better of it. You suspect Hungarian dawns, just like playing hard to get. A yawn cracks your jaw, echoing louder than it should in the still air. The sour cherry scent from the well still clings to your sleeves, mixing with sweat and mothballed wool. That abandoned ring digs into your hip, begging for attention, but you ignore it. You've had enough cursed trinkets for one night. High above, a lone star flickers, defiant against the washed-out sky. It could be Venus, or maybe just some pilot's coffee break 11 kilometers up. You try to hum Hullo Cecileg, but the notes twist in your throat. Nothing comes out but a half-hearted wheeze. The stone foundation groans, a deep tectonic grumble that vibrates the stool legs. Probably just the ancient oak roots stretching beneath, maybe smirking about the dawn's little prank. No, the mice are definitely laughing. Now, claws skittering in Morse code beneath the boards. Your palms find the workbench, gritty with sawdust and long dead flies. The copper coin still lies there, tails up where you left it last night. Tossed 93 times, it landed tails 59 instances. 34 heads. Margin of error, maybe 3 tosses or 10, depending how drunk you counted. A draft snakes through the room, lazy but persistent, fingering the dried herbs overhead. Parsley, sage, and something unlabeled fluttering like surrender flags. On your fourth breath, a cobweb drifts down, snagging on your eyelashes. You blink it away, too tired to flinch. Through the gloom, the well's distant hum persists, so deep it's more vibration than sound. It harmonizes with last night's lullaby, still looping in your molars. The scales oddly balanced, anchor and sail, thirst and salt, song and memory draining away. Your boot heels scrape through spilled barley seeds, countless little pills of life paused. Every bump suggests a future loaf of bread, or maybe just more mouse breakfasts. Romania once bought Hungary's entire '89 harvest, only to burn it as counterfeit grain. They served wine at the burning, because spite tastes better with a full-bodied red. The hole in the roof stretches its jagged throat wider, swallowing more of that dime store dawn. 80 years ago, a meteor punched through these rafters, landing in a sack of turnip seeds. Farmers swore it glowed blue for weeks, feeding the crop until summer's end. You're leaning toward hallucination from bad palinka. When the next gray blush comes, you barely lift your chin to look. It fades faster this time, like a drunkard's pinky promise. The wind sighs through vineyards, carrying grapevine gossip in a language even older than Latin. Somewhere in Buda, a tram squeals on its rails. But here, only dust motes dance in the gloom. Your spine molds to the stool's hard curve, your breath sinking with the floorboard pulses. Maybe time doesn't march. Maybe it limps, winces, circles the same tree twice before bed. The final aches of night seep into your joints, clay setting fast. Outside, the world hesitates, balanced on the knife edge between surrender and salvation. Your eyelids surrender first, heavy as church doors at midnight. You forget the ring, the scratches, the wrong-key lullabies. For now, the gray hour stretches, thin and patient, holding dawn's secrets in its mouth like stolen teeth. You sink deeper into the stool, its worn wood groaning under your weight, and reach for the dented coffee tin at your feet. Rust flakes off like ancient dandruff, powdering your fingertips orange. Inside, nestled beneath mouse-gnawed sugar packets, crinkles something folded too sharp for this crumbling shed. The map slides out stiff as salted leather, its edges scalloped by time or teeth. You smooth it across your knees, each crease whispering, open like a surrender. Here lie highways, that coil into spirals, villages named only as red X's, and rivers drawn thicker at their tails than their heads. Pakes appears, but not the pakes with trams and students smoking by fountains. This one floats 30 kilometers northeast, where potato fields should be. Labels curl in faded charcoal, hollow mill, beside fox-haunted barn, coordinates scratched out and rewritten 7 times. Historians still argue whether 1815's cholera borders were redrawn by sick men's trembling hands or cunning surveyors selling phantom acres. Your thumb finds a wine-dark stain blotting out some long-dead border keeper's name. October rain leaks through the roof hole, plinking into your tin cup as you trace the map's fibbing roads. In 1920, the Treaty of Trianon, yes, that harsh peace, sliced Hungary's land by a third overnight. Farmers woke in new countries without moving their beds. A corner of the paper curls in the damp air, revealing smeared pencil marks underneath. Someone tried to erase a route labeled Salt Smuggler's Detour, 3 words under heavy cross-hatching. 60 years back, customs agents near Sopron reported radioactive tea chests crossing daily. Their Geiger counters screamed sing-along polkas. Turned out, a clerk had misread thermal blankets as thermonuclear samples. Wind gusts through the wall cracks, making the map flutter like a captive moth. You press your palm flat, knuckles brushing against sketched mountains, furred with hatching marks. Cartographers call this relief shading, but you call it lying with elevation. Those peaks barely clear grazing sheep's bellies in real life. Outside, a branch scrapes a slow SOS against the shed wall. The map's compass rose blooms wild, its north arrow bending west like a sunflower avoiding scorn. Directions here serve suggestions, not facts. If maps confessed truths, yours would whisper lost, since page 1. Dust motes swirl in the map's margins, settling on a dotted line labeled Gypsy Way, unconfirmed. Pressure builds behind your eyes, that low hum of well water or fatigue. You imagine the paper humming back, a forgotten harmony plucked from cellar darkness and blackberry thorns. Twilight smudges the eastern horizon gray on gray like erased mistakes. 20 steps away, pendulum pairs sway ghostly from their tree. The map claims 3 wells stand between here and that orchard. You've paced this land, only counted 1. Folds almost tear as you refit the map into its tin coffin, edges crumbling like stale biscotti. 40 miles north, a coffee stain perfectly mirrors Lake Balaton if the lake were smaller, angrier, and drowning in caffeine. Legends say border agents hid silver coins beneath fake towns on maps. This one hides nothing but regrets and a squirrel's tooth mark. The tin's lid groans shut, prisoning the paper's sour scent of attic air and desperation. It's truer than new maps, even with its wandering streams and beetleboard trails. Truth doesn't care about straight lines, only the bones beneath the soil, the sap slow climbing twisted oaks. the way footprints blur in rain before nations dry them. Dew seeps through your soul, your heel resting on the cellar door's iron ring. 50 ticks of silence pass before distant church bells fracture the dawn. One long peal, then nothing. Not even false hope this time, just the low chuckle of history repeating its favorite fibs. Your thumbnail picks at the tin's rust, flaking off bronze scabs onto the stained floorboards. Ottoman soldiers once used coffee tins to smuggle paprika seeds through checkpoints, pretending it was gunpowder. Guards never questioned why invaders craved goulash mid-siege. The shed exhales sawdust and damp wool, settling around your shoulders like a shrug. Half-real roads itch behind your eyelids as you blink, those phantom paths still writhing like night crawlers on a hook. You could follow them, trail crumbling into myth, boots filling with Prussian blue ink and last winter's snow. Your palm still holds the map's memory, a phantom topography pressed into skin. Forests swarm where calluses thicken, cities pulse where veins branch blue. Every crease a canyon, every paper cut a river mouth, sighing into salt. Mice resume their ceiling tap dance above, sprinkling plaster onto your collar. The map remains silent in its tin, dreaming of borders that shift like dunes, roads that yawn shut come twilight, signposts pointing only to their own shadows, stretched long in the liar's light of dawn. Its creases hold valleys deeper than ink can chart, ravines where the unwary lose more than their way. You press your palm flat against the shed's eastern wall, its wood grain rough as a weathered tombstone under your skin. Heat pulses beneath the surface, or perhaps memory does a phantom warmth from harvests when stevedores still sang through the rows, their lyrics tangled in grapevines, never quite escaping those thirsty green coils. Damp stains bloom where your fingers spread, mapping contours older than the Habsburgs. 1893, a bad year. They cut every vine down to screaming roots. Phylloxera crept through French vineyards 4 decades earlier, then marched east with boots no microscope could catch. A low hum vibrates the wall, syncopated with the orchard's heartbeat 3 fields over. Historians still argue whether pickers timed their scythes to ancient shepherding rhythms, or just swung drunk on cheap takaji. Splinters nip at your lifeline, impolite reminders that wood forgets nothing. There, where a knot bulges like a swallowed marble, the vineyard master's grandson carved his name with German steel. Lajo's 19 summers, 80 kilos of regret, steered clear of the front, until Sedan called him home in 14. Your thumb traces the absent letters, filling grooves smoothed by 80 Mays of beetle traffic and acidic rain. Good harvests make bad gravestones, they say, and better firewood still. Wine-stained fingerprints streak the wall's ribs, faded to sepia ghosts of themselves. 1922's crushing season ran too long. Lightning hit the press, shocking 5 men into dancing jigs. Their boots left scorch marks in the must, purple-black hexagrams no priest would bless. A splinter embeds itself deep sharp as any vine's protest thorn. Too late, it whispers, always too late for picking what you've already trampled. Dry rot exhales behind the plaster, a breath smelling of unwashed feet and vinegar traps. They found roots chewing through the cellar brick last year, gnawing towards silver coins, hidden since a Black Sea merchant's hasty exit. His mummified grapes, still fermenting too slowly, wait in Cairo museum jars. Someone nailed horseshoes upside down above the window, rusted crescents, cursing luck 8 decades stale. The vineyard mistress swore by urine-soaked sacking to scare off locusts. Farmers still do, though they'll deny it over palinka poured neat. Your hand pulls back, skin threaded with oak dust and story. Cold seeps where warmth clung seconds before, patting the shed's flank like calming a spooked mare. 80 paces west, grass grows crooked where the tasting table stood. Generations spat Merlot there, saliva seeding salt patches that still kill clover dead. No one mentions the woman who tended vines between wars, wiping her blade clean each dusk on an apron sewn from army surplus. Old Antle claims she hurled grapes at artillery officers, each one bursting like shrapnel on their polished buckles. Might be true, might be manure tea talking. Either way, the earth remembers petty victories best. Wind slides through the wall crack, licking your palms sweat clean. It brings whispers from the rotted trellises, gelded lambs crying a widow's teeth, grinding nightmares into flour. No, just your pulse drumming against calloused skin, echoing cellar stairs groaning under apple crates. 2 generations back, the farmhand buried his infant son in a barrel of must, swearing the grapes would sweeten in God's time. The priest raged for Catholic soil, but even priests crave a good vintage more than doctrine's aftertaste. Boot leather scritches on floorboards behind you. No one there, just the shed's ribs settling like a drunk, collapsing into prayer. Lost vintages haunt better than people, cursing daylight, demanding silence for their second act. Light jokes about goat's blood fertilizer won't kill what never died proper. The wall's hum dips lower, your handprint fading from its flesh. Grapes grow small here, they say, nursing grudges older than the Little Ice Age. Their skins toughen against hopeless summers and disappointed rains, their juice bitter as copper washed in widow's tears. Dusk bleeds through knotholes, staining plaster the color of sour mash. You could smash the wall down, slake your thirst on century dust, but the ghosts would just ferment again tomorrow. Rebellion tastes sweetest when someone else swallows the lees. Footsteps crunch gravel outside, real this time, or real enough. The orchard keeper ducks into twilight, his shears gleaming like tin age relics. He nods at your stained palm, then spits at the wall's cracked shin, a truce signed in saliva and acid jazz. He's wrong, you know, these grapes still hold magic, if pressed in bad faith. 17 peasants danced naked in 89's harvest moon, bathing in must to cure their pox. 6 died grinning, the rest sold bad wine from Magyar, Bratislava, lie enough to light a century of funerals. Your palm cools, echoes fading with the ache in your wrist. Last light gilds the hayloft ladder, rungs warped like exhumed violins, still singing for blistered fingers, and thieves too slow for mourning. Remember the crushed grape flesh. They whispered before bedtime, before borders, before the shed's walls grew ears. The earth forgives all but deliberate waste, and even then, it sometimes smiles through blackened teeth. Tomorrow's vines twitch already, digesting shadows you'll never prune straight. Dew rises through floor cracks, kissing your heel goodbye. The harvest owns you now one taste at a time, until memory pickles clean, and your palm forgets every groove but its own. You shift your weight, and the floorboards groan in protest, their oak bellies scraping against soil that wasn't their last moon. Inch by century, the shed sinks into the hill's flank, a sleepy giant swallowing a crumb. Between each timber's sigh, listen close, and you can almost hear the earth digesting forgotten fence, posts, rusty buckles, boot soles chewed by time. Dust sifts through the gaps now, drifting down from rafters like lazy snow, its smell all old iron and root tea, little ice-age soil they used here. 17th century Hungarians swore it held structures tighter, acidic, and hungry as wolves. A mistake, clearly, or maybe the earth's taste shifted after swallowing so many antler picks and broken plows. Your heel presses into a spongy spot between floorboards, warm as fresh cow dung, yet uncannily clean. There, another inch gone overnight, or another century, who's counting when the hillside's jaws work so slow. Plaster cracks zigzag toward the ceiling, painting white lightning no storm could conjure. Someone stuffed the walls with 17th century grape mulch, moldy as a countess's wig cellar, to insulate against winters that no longer bite. Mice moved in during the '89 revolution, still angry about Habsburg tax records, nibbled into confetti. Their descendants tap dance behind the wainscoting, tiny claws, scratching Morse code complaints about sinking real estate. Floor nails pop loose, slow applause for the soil's patience. 18 seasons back, they found a Roman wine dipper under the threshold. No one questioned why it sat 3 handspans below modern dirt. The land eats slower than empires starve, a soft crunch underfoot, like stepping on fresh graves or poorly baked shortbread. Archaeologists debate those Balkan platbends. Were they reinforced with fermented grape sediment? Farmers swear by their ancestry, claiming their forebears mixed wine lees into mortar-binding barns with drunken pride. Your toes curl against floor planks gone saggy as a grandmother's stockings. Warmth leaches up through leather soles, a comfort you mistrust immediately. The shed exhales a dusty sigh, walls tilting ever so southward, like a drunk leaning into a bad secret. Woodworms drill lazy spirals overhead, great-great-grandchildren of stowaways in WWI munitions crates. They munched their way here from Salonika, directionally challenged anarchists, nibbling history into Swiss cheese. One drops onto your sleeve, a speck of sawdust with delusions of grandeur before you flick it into oblivion. South wall sinks faster, they say, because vineyard mistresses hid silver florins there during Ottoman raids. Metal pulls harder toward the earth's guts. Or so the hill's stomach believes. Your knees bend instinctively, compensating for the slant, while cobwebs dangle at drunk angles overhead. Smell that. Sweetness beneath the damp, like carrots forgotten in cellar sand. It's the ghost of last century's beet harvest, root veins still weeping sugar into the subsoil. Lean against the east wall, and you'll feel vibrations from Magyar's old tanneries, their pollution seeping here through groundwater veins. A spider abandons its crooked web, jetting down silk toward higher ground. Smart points for evolutionary survival instincts. The floor yawns wider beneath the cider press, revealing a glimpse of clay darker than devil's spit. Press your palm to the sinking spot and feel the hill's slow heartbeat. 36 meters down they bored through Cretaceous limestone for Budapest's first metro. The core samples showed grape pollen older than Jesus, proof that Bacchus vacationed in Pannonia, stomping barefoot in primordial muck. Your boot sole sticks for a heartbeat, released with a moist suck. Did the floor just lap at your heel? Don't ask. Answers cost extra after midnight and spoil perfectly good folklore besides. Termites chew applause from the foundation beams. Their queen, some say, was born from a shard of Matthias Corvinus wine goblet. Nonsense, but let them dream. Royalty tastes better digested through mandibles and time. Under here, 19th century farmhands buried sick goats, hoping their blighted bones would sweeten the dirt. Didn't work. Present sinking scenario being entered into evidence. Rumor claims their ghosts still nibble phantom weeds, cursing each incremental descent. Dust motes swirl where the floor dips deepest, dancing to condemned wood's last waltz. You half expect the cellar to burst through, apples rolling out like reconnaissance orbs. But no, the earth takes its share slow. Floor joists croon like overtuned cellos, each note a splinter's lament. Touch that warped plank by the door. It remembers being part of a Turkish siege ladder before someone repurposed it for less ambitious climbings. Dawn won't stop this, you know, only delay the inevitable mouthful. Tomorrow's descent begins before breakfast, quiet as a pickpocket's prayer, relentless as grape roots seeking groundwater. The shed accepts its fate mostly. Walls creak not in protest, but relief. Even timber tires of standing forever, listening to generations lie about crop yields and lost loves. Your footprint deepens in the soft spot, momentarily immortalized, before the soil smooths it over like a secret too boring to keep. Mushrooms burst through a floor crack, soft white flags of surrender. They glow faintly after twilight tributes to all the spilled wine, fueling their fungal dreams. Lean against the doorframe and feel the whole structure exhale deeper into the hillside. By midnight, you'll swear the roof beams brush the topsoil's underbelly, kissing rock, while worms scribble eulogies in mud. No sense fighting gravity's digestion. Let Budapest have its ruin bars. This shed prefers becoming terroir. Future vines will sip its essence, turning slowly subterranean drama into something drinkable, perhaps even pleasant. Your last footstep echoes hollow as the floor finally learns how to sigh properly. It's softer than memory foam, that spot, and twice as hungry. One final splinter embeds itself in your palm, a souvenir from the surface world. You pocket it absently, knowing full well the hill will swallow that too, once you've forgotten its sting. Wind whistles through newly sunken eaves, tuned to a dirge even roosters pause to hear. Dawn crouches behind the Carpathians, hesitant, as the shed practices being archaeology. The air bleeds its ink away, not toward dawn, but into something thinner than silence. You used to think darkness could run out like cheap wine or wartime grace, but here it simply loosens. Even the wind forsakes its sighs, curling up like a whipped dog in some celestial corner. That stubborn star still winks through the roof hole, Arcturus, or maybe just a speck on your retina. 17 minutes till official sunrise. Not that this valley owns clocks polite enough to care. Your ears ring with absence. That hollow pitch even monks fail to conjure in their loneliest vigils. Cold seeps through your souls, gentler than January, yet twice as knowing. Is the earth pausing its feast or savoring the morsel? Your spine memorizes each slumping beam, lumber becoming liturgy, as timber forgets itself. Lean back and feel the scent of dew-wet lichen crawl up your nape. Damp and greedy, it smells like coins left in a well or tears no one claimed. A spider's abandoned web trembles, strands slack, as if rehearsing for its own funeral. Over in Buda, tourists click photos of Matthias Church, its spires gilded by a false dawn. Kings got crowned there. Matthias Corvinus kept ravens that stole silver spoons, history's quirks fossilized into postcards. The raven's descendants still nest there, thieving gum wrappers now. Ambition shrunk with the centuries. Your palm rests where the wall once stood straight, now obedient as a drunk saint. Plaster dust sweetens your tongue, or is that the phantom tang of last night's adrenaline? Breathing costs extra in this hour, each lungful taxed by gravity's grin. Quiet pools in your boots, rising like groundwater. Did the shed always tilt this far, or has the land decided to chew faster? You count heartbeats instead of seconds, measuring time in syrup-thick drips from a maple's gut. Wind used to carry tractor groans from the Horvath farm, but old man Horvath sleeps 6 feet down since Easter. His fields lay fallow, except for the poppies crimson as a cardinal's gilt. Red flowers always eat their dead well. Through the doorway, nothing but gray stew. Fog thick enough to choke pheasants or hide a battalion. Historians still argue whether Ottoman troops used this valley to flank Castle Hill. Certainly, the locals brewed curses potent enough to pickle whole legions. A twig snaps outside, maybe a deer, maybe the last Habsburg ghost, relishing his irrelevance. Either way, it's not your business. You're just borrowing stillness until the shed finishes, dissolving between someone else's blinks. Moonlight abdicated hours ago, leaving no air. Star pricks fade like torch sparks, dropped down a well extinguished by depth. Close your eyes. Don't need them anyway. The dark behind your lids matches the dark beyond, twins separated at birth. Your heel finds that soft spot again, now spongier than yeast dough. Soil belches a sigh beneath the floorboards, warm as fresh blood. The hill's been digesting this shed since Maria Theresa's reign. Indigestion, clearly, but empires rise on stubbornness and rye bread. One crow calls hoarse, then smothers itself mid-squawk. Unwritten rule of this hour, no applause for endings. Even dawns a rumor here. Pink-cheeked lies told to children. You've seen dawns. They're just prettier dusks in denial. Plank nails surrender one by one, soft pops like knuckle cracks. There's honor in knowing when to stop clinging. The east wall shudders, kissing topsoil it resisted for 90 winters, ground embracing timber at last. Outside, reeds whisper along the Tisa, each blade a violin string tuned too low. Legends claim river nymphs taught nightingales to warble, but those birds fled this valley when train yards came. Replace music with rust. Progress always tastes of tin. Someone hammered crow skulls into the door jamb, ages back, fend off the evil eye. Now they grin crooked, beaks parted, laughing at how well decay performs its duty. You touch one, cool as a widow's ring. Scent shifts, less mildew, more freshly split apples. Not the sweet kind, tart green ones, souring a hunger you forgot you carried. Orchards moved west in the 50s. Fruit follows profit, but ghosts preserve their harvests well. Boots stick slightly when you shift, as if the floor regrets releasing you. Too late for apologies. This pact was signed in limestone and worm castings. No amendments permitted. Echo of a peasant song scratches at your skull, recorded on some Edison cylinder in 1903. It's about wolf tracks in snow and wine theft and a girl who married a well demon. The melody drags its feet wounded but proud, notes dissolving into static. Your neck prickles, superstition's last stand. Myth says drinking moonsliver tea here opens the third eye. Also likely gives you dysentery. Choose your enlightenment wisely. You sip air instead, flavored with loam and cowardice. Shadows shed their edges, pooling into formless broth. You can't tell floor from wall, from sky anymore. Even time unknits its threads, no longer pretending to march forward. Chill climbs your ribs, slow as ivy. Nervous? Don't be. This isn't dying, just redistributing. Soil takes more kindly to wood than flesh anyway. Less screaming, less paperwork, more alchemy. A last ember glows in the black forest cuckoo clock, beloved by mice for nesting fluff. Its hands froze at 3:17 a.m. decades back, wise enough to quit while ahead. You envy that resignation. Strange how the shed sighs when you stop fighting the tilt. Acceptance oils the hinges, even between earth and ambition. The roof kisses the hill now, chaste as bone meeting shovel. Do beads on your sleeve each drop a magnifying glass for starlight that's already gone. Physics never mattered here anyway. Rub them off, they'll just bleed back before dawn's gray cough. Wild roses strangle the north wall, buds clenched shut. Wait till noon, they'll blush pink, then rot by twilight. Some beauties can't survive exposure. You check your own seams, intact mostly. Taste rust on your teeth, or is that the ghost of Turkish cannonballs? They tore through here in 1686, left lead kisses in the oak. Kisses are just wounds with better marketing. Sunlight pries at the horizon, pale fingers too weak to grip. False promises this dawn, the real ones hiding, coward, letting this milky impostor do the dirty work. It's always frauds who volunteer first. Carpathians bruise purple contusions from a sky refusing to bleed properly. Mountains endure through indifference, same as we all do. You memorize their silhouette, counterfeit dawn backlighting failure like cheap theater. Roof slates groan, their spine finally snapping, not with drama, just a tired splintering, like biscuits dunked too long in weak tea. Timber mumbles into dirt, words lost beneath worms' gossip. Breathe shallow. Deep breaths invite vertigo or revelation. Both overrated. Your pulse drums slower now, syncing with the hill's indecipherable rhythm. Is this surrender or allyship? Walls slump into embrace, a slow collapse like lovers after bitter words. They've earned this rest. Mortar dust smells sweet suddenly, vanilla-ish, belying the crunch between your molars. Ditch the metaphors. This is just a shed submitting to geology, nothing holy. 300 years of pitchforks and desperation, reduced to compost for chicory roots. Poets should stick to describing wine. Your last foothold crumbles, gently a sandcastle meeting tide. No jolt, just cessation. The hill murmurs thanks, or maybe it's gas. You sink comfortably, no coffin required. Soil's cheaper than pine planks anyway. Below, centuries of grape skins ferment. Above, your left boot vanishes. Middle's just semantics now, a hip bone melding with joists, carbon recycling without the virtue signaling. Darkness tastes different here, underlayered with limestone patience and root beer fizz. You could nap till the next ice age, and no one would dare call it lazy. Light staggers over the ridge at last, clumsy, spilling its yoke across half of Hungary. The shed's corpse feeds the hill, and you dissolve between seconds, neither guest nor ghost, but something quieter. Even the wind holds its breath, now waiting. But dawn's too hungover to care about questions no one asked. The air gentles now, each breath a slow tide, washing over rubble. Roof tiles nestle into soil, returning what the hill loaned them ages past. Your bones feel lighter, no longer anchoring themselves against the tilt, letting earth decide the angle. That speck of Arcturus blinks out not with drama, just a candle pinched between damp fingers. Dawn's gray haze seeps through the valley, too weary for brilliance. Let it come, milk pale and half-hearted. You've no wages left to pay attention. Plastered dust settles like snow on your shoulders, sweeter than sugar, kinder than time. Wood surrenders its splinters, joists sighing as they curl into the hill's palm. Ground holds you now, not prison, but crib rocking what crumbs remain towards stillness. You used to fear collapse, but ruin folds softer than fresh linen. Cold hugs your ribs, no bite left in it, winter's ghost already yawning into spring. Close your eyes, the dark here tastes of loam and lily roots, comfort brewed slow beneath frost. Hear that? Neither wind nor wing, just silence settling its debts. Soil hums an old tune, one beetles know by heart. You need only lie still to learn the chorus. Moss creeps over your wrist, green benediction, stitching flesh to land. Let go the metaphors. This isn't an ending, just soil remembering where it stored its kindness. Timber becomes humus, nails rust into apology, your outline blurred like ink in rain. Dawn whitens the eastern fringe, a gauzy curtain drawn too late. You're already elsewhere, dreaming of rain on poppies, subsiding into root beer darkness. Rest, now rest. The hill keeps watch better than saints ever did. Your breath slows, matching the seep of groundwater through limestone, until even that rhythm gentles into